Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the UKL Twitch channel. This is the Four Nations 2025 Spring Split. My name is Trajan. I'll be your host for the first couple of games of the day. I'm joined on the desk by Bloxer and by a transparent casual cutie. Bloxer,
Oh my
how are
god.
you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good considering my camera actually working, so that's a good start
Yeah.
at least. No, I'm very excited for the UKL to be back. What were we even meant to do with ourselves with no Four Nations over the last couple of weeks?
I know, it's been a devastating, barren wasteland, honestly. There's just been naught to watch. There's been nothing interesting going on. I personally cannot wait. Now, I'm assuming that despite the fact that we can't physically
Yes.
perceive Zoe,
Hello. Hello.
she
I
is
am still
there.
here. I
So,
am still here. Of course, there'd be technical issues first time I'm back on the desk, but no, yes, I am
yeah.
here. Real pleasure to be on the
Okay.
broadcast
How?
again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you on the mic for a little bit as well, not just having, 7 different backstage jobs at the same time. We thought we'd just give you another one just because, why not? Let's just torture Zoe a little bit more in the spring. Why not? That's what we love to do here. Now, before we get into this split, we do have a little bit of an announcement to drop here from the UKL server. I've had this passed to me from secret powers above to let you guys know. The official in-house Four Nations server is going live right now. Any player is eligible to join this one. You must meet at least one of the following conditions, though. You need to be a current Four Nations Div 1 or 2 player. This includes substitutes. You need to currently be UK and Ireland NLTR status through the participation in the Four Nations. And you need to, if you're not participating in the current split, but you participated in the last split, the split immediately before this one, you are still eligible. Okay. Besides that, if you're not one of our lovely team rosters of players, if you're currently ranked D2 or higher in solo queue as a UK and Irish player, or if you're currently ranked Master Plus if you're not UK and Irish, that's the requisition. That is the requirements. These will all be listed in the server as well. There will be a link to join that server going up in the Discord right now. So go and find the channel. It should just be, I imagine, something of the nature of in-house in it, right? It's probably not too hard to find, folks. Go and join up and you can play some games with the players. The players can play together. We can get some high quality practice to continue building this region block. So that's what we want to see. We want to see streamed scrims. That's the buzzword of the week, right? We want to get all of that going. So hopefully we can get some more practice going on for the players, right?
I mean, that should be really good fun, and the fact that you can get involved, even if you're not one of the current players, be ranked high
Yes.
enough, that's the really important thing, right? If you think, hey, I haven't yet managed to prove myself, get on a team, but I can smash it in some of these in-houses, show up that actually I'm somebody you should be looking at to be getting onto one of these teams, maybe we'll see you on the Four Nations in the next couple of splits.
Cross fingers, cross fingers.
Yeah, you chatters or you chirpers in the chat who love to criticize the Four Nations play. To be honest, no one criticizes them more than us. We know that we feel the obligation and the urge to do so. But if you want to show them up, if you want to prove you're better than them, just hit D2 if you're in the UK and Ireland, or hit Masters if you're not. Get in the in-house server and just start beating them up, start beating on them. Get scouted, join a team, win the league. Show us all that you are in fact the big brain chatter that you have claimed to be this whole time. Okay, the door is open for you to walk through it. You just have to take that chance. Okay. Right. Now, because we are moving at a blistering pace, as we tend to do in the Four Nations, we are going to get into the first matchup, the first game of the day. It is the Bandits versus Int Quick. Now, the Bandits, some might remember as 200 Bandits. There are now an indiscriminate number of them, not just 200, but it is still the 5-stack same players, Zoe. So given that they just went from Div 2 straight into the grand finals and they're running back the same 5-stack, how are you feeling about their chances here in this next split of Div 1?
I think it's very obvious to anyone who watched a lot of the UK last split, as I did, that these 5 players have so much chemistry together. There's a reason why Lungfo was also voted as All-Pro for the jungle. There's a reason why these guys made it to the finals last split. They just work so well together. Synergy between them, pretty unparalleled in this league. And I'm excited to see what they can do this split, where they can run it back.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, a roster that it always felt like at some point, the other shoe's going to drop and they're going to come crashing back down to earth, but they kind of just never did. They ended up just making it all the way to the finals. Sadly, they were not able to defeat a frankly terrifying Venom Crest roster in that finals in the basement of Pixel Bar in Manchester, which we remember very fondly. But they are still very, very strong. They have to be respected. Love that you mentioned Lunker for all-pro jungler, and love that you almost said MVP. He wasn't. It
Oh.
was Rhythm, I believe, in the end.
Yes.
But he was my vote for MVP. And I think was probably a lot of people, probably coming up in the top second or third position there. Very, very strong jungler, very strong new talent that came out of Div 2 into Div 1 and had an exceptional performance. So that's the Bandits. We know a lot about them already. In Quick, we actually know a lot about these guys as well. Even though this is a new team to Div 1, there's a lot of personalities on this team block. So this is one of those dream teams we've been hearing about.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look at these faces, right? If you've been interacting with UK League of Legends or even just League of Legends at this sort of level for a while, you will have heard of the majority of these people. Dragnar, probably one of the sickest Ezreal players I think I've ever seen. If you interact as well with women's leagues at all, then you will know about Karina. Really, just so many awesome players on this team. I'm going to be very interested to see what they can actually do as a overall roster. Like you were saying, the Bandits, they've been together. They've played a ton of matches at this point, and they know how to play as an overall unit. Don't know how much practice these guys will have all had together at this point, but hopefully it's going to be interesting. And I think it's also worth mentioning that they have Watley as their head coach. So there's just so many well-known names all around this team.
It's a bit of an Avengers
true
moment.
masterminds. Yeah, pretty much. This UK League is coming together to try and do its best to show us all what we can do as a region. But you streamer teams rarely work, right? This is just a fact of life. A lot of the time, streamer teams do tend to run out of gas at a certain point. They did very well in Division 2. Now, they did not win the final promotion series. They ended up promoting out in second place because they did lose to Symbol, one of our other Division 2 teams now that promoted up at that time. And it seemed like we started to see a few of the cracks showing, a little bit of the roughness around the edges, perhaps, for Quick. So Zoe, given that, these streamer teams often do have a bit of a ceiling sometimes that we reach, Los Ratones is kind of the major outlier right now that we're still waiting to see if the gas runs out of that tank at some point. For 5IQ, do you think that they're going to land comfortably in the top half? Do you think we're going to never scrim and we're going to end up just kind of getting a bit exposed against the Div 1 team? So what's your feeling on them?
I don't know. So the way streamer teams go, as you said, you're either going to be a Los Ratones or a Ruddy Sack, right? But from what I've seen, Quick have actually got a decent amount of grift, decent amount of grind in them. I know Karina, obviously.
Fair amount of grift in that team.
Yeah, that was not that. Well, there was a lot of grifting on the Ruddy Sack team, but different kind of grifting.
Yeah, we're still on Ruddy. We need to get off Ruddy.
No. But in all seriousness, right? You've got players with actual competitive experience. You've got Dragdar coming in. You've got Karina. You see a lot of value of the creativity coming out from Kerberos as well, right? I think there's one potential weak point on this team. Maybe BZ's champion pool, but if you watched any of the Arena Clash, the Paragon Reckoners Arena Clash took place last weekend? Question mark. You see that this guy isn't actually. I remember when I was with him on Paragon back in the day. Oh, boomer take. There was a little bit of issue in the drafts there. BZ obviously very well known for their Zed, as you can see from their picture previously. But less of an issue these days, I think. Has obviously shown a lot more. I do think this team could land in the top half.
Yeah, I mean, from the Reckoner's Gauntlet, the Paragon Arena Championship, there was so many times that BZ was left alone in a 1v2 and had to scrap his way out through pure mechanical prowess, and he did. He just kept doing it. Just kept doing it over and over again and got them very far in that event, kind of through that prowess, right? So we know that the skill is there. And you mentioned already Blocks, you mentioned Dragdar's sick Ezreal play. The mechanics are absolutely there. The one question I want to raise as well about them, you mentioned Kerberos in top lane, and you mentioned that the shallowness maybe of BZ's pool. If anything, Blockster, I worry if Kerberos's pool is too deep. I worry if the man cooks a little too hard and we end up suffering a little bit because he did not have the cleanest performance in top lane in the promotion series.
No, I mean, there's been some interesting pickups happening recently out of him, but then also, I don't know. I feel like currently the meta that we've got in top lane allows you to get a little bit more hyphy with it. You can cook a little bit harder. There's a lot of things that are like, Ambessa and Cassante, they're always going to be strong, but if you can pull out some slightly crazier picks, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be more fun that way.
Yeah, I mean, we love to cook here. We love to try some new stuff out. We've had players in the past that have developed kind of signature champions and off the wall pools that have been able to make a mark in this league, and a couple of them are still sticking around in other rosters, so we may be able to see a little bit more of that from other teams throughout the season. But for the Bandits versus Quick, as we head into the draft right now, bang on half 6. We are on time on the first
my
game of the
lord.
season. What is happening? You guys don't need to stick around for this season because that is a great sign. That is a great omen for us that we've cleaned up our act here in spring 2025. And no surprise, first ban off the table is Dragdar's Ezreal. I wonder, maybe we'll see Zed perhaps as a ban block. So I'm thinking maybe that could be the choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's really an interesting situation you've got right here as the Bandits, where you want to be banning a lot of these standard, very strong champions in the meta at the moment, but you kind of have to get rid of a couple of these specific things. I think especially because the mid lane pools at the moment are usually these sort of longer range mages who are just kind of trying to sit and chill in their lane. All of a sudden, you slap a Zed in there. They cannot do that. You can completely take over the game through there. Same thing with the Ezreal. It's strong in the meta anyway, but Dragdar's Ezreal specifically, definitely get rid of it. But if you're not then able to ban away a lot of these other very strong champions that we've been seeing, the Gwens, the Cassantes, and Bessas, all of those sorts of things, maybe even something like the Varus, then you're leaving a ton of these very high priority pickups open right here for Quick.
Is that a misban?
That's a
Yeah, I think we all clicked over to the League Ops channel very quickly. I just got to see if there's anything being reported in there. We have seen the Zed ban once again. I don't know if there was any lost bans due to any reason. Given that we've started bang on time, we know at least nobody could have been that late, surely. So we'll see if they... Seems like Quick have maybe not realized that they need to ban. Which, as I guess solo queue players, you still have to ban in solo queue. So I'm not really sure whether they simply forgot how the game works.
You guys
which is not a great start for them.
don't understand the genius of
I don't.
ChatGPT Dora
I
the
don't.
Explorer
Okay.
and the draft strategy, as they have missed
Listen.
the next ban as well. We might
Yeah.
be restarting draft.
They've just like...
Trajan.
We were too excited.
Trajan, why?
Where is
Why
Watley?
did you jinx us so? I must ask.
I will take the heat for this one. That's fair enough. I got far too excited by us starting on at 8:30. Someone needs to check if Watley is asleep at the wheel right now, because we do still need to ban in comp, just as like a note for the coaching staff for Quick right there. However, their tag is 5 IQ, so maybe we're simply...
They're not here. They're at their PCs right now for the drafts. Like, that's why you miss these two bans, is because you're not here.
Well,
the draft
okay.
will be
Well,
being remade. So...
Okay, well, we'll see what they're actually going to ban. And I guess the fact that Bandits did have to go through their bans, it's not like we saw anything hugely sensational. It was Dragdar Ezreal, it was
Shocker.
BZZ, and it was Kitten Lee Lulu. These are all very common picks. So that they've gone for the targeted approach, right? They're not trying to maybe push Quick into showing us that they can play strong meta, they can play a comp that does not rely on their comfort picks, which will be a necessity as we go through the season, because there will be fearless best of fives once we hit the playoffs. So it will not be a case of them being able to get those OTPs later on, Zoe.
And I also want to say, I do respect banning out the OTPs, right? As someone that, when I was a coach on a team, oftentimes players will be like, "Oh no, we've got the perfect counter prepared. We've got the perfect counter. We know exactly what we're going to bring to Zed mid. We've got bitch patch bosh lined up," and you just get beaten over the head with 500 hours of experience. So big respect to the players for actually banning those out.
I wonder when that's happened before here on the Four Nations, on the UKL.
Never,
I wonder if there's a certain sub for the Bandits that could maybe speak to that experience. About just being given it over and over again. Nah, totally, bro. I've got the answer this time. This time, we have the answer. So it looks like the Bandits are specifically aware of this strategy. They're not going to muck around with that. They know what happens. They've been there. They've exploited it. They've got a sub that won probably 4 or 5 games simply off having that in a previous season of the Four Nations. So we're going to get back into the draft once they're ready, once they actually turn that stuff around. But given what we've seen, that we're going to be banned out, right? Bloxer, given what we saw from Div 2, from the promotion series, obviously, Dragdar was rarely getting Ezreal, BZ was rarely getting Zed. Are there any other picks that stand out for this team as that have been power picks for them that could maybe, have risen up in place of the normal expected OTPs?
Actually, I think it's something that's really strong in the meta anyway. It's very much going to be the Varus for me as something I look at. Works very well with the same sort of playstyle that you have with the Ezreal, where you can sit quite far back, poke out. You've obviously got the different kinds of builds, and it's also just one of the highest priority bot laners in the meta at the moment for a reason. It's so strong right now. The lethality build specifically looks great, and I think you playing that one also unlocks your support very much to be able to get around the rest of the map, get involved in the other lanes potentially, and you can kind of just absorb pressure by yourself there.
Yeah, Something else that I am potentially looking for is the BZ Silas, which has
Mm.
kind of popped up a little bit in pro play now as well as a specific answer, and that just it's a very again melee assassin in mid lane, mechanical outplays everywhere, a lot of 1v9 agency as a champion. So we'll
Wow.
see if that's the choice. Now the Slam Gwen
Oh.
first pick after Lilia, Rel, and Syndra bans leaves Nefiri open. Now this isn't like complete game broken Nefiri. This is fixed Nefiri, but it is still present in pro play. It is still being played. It does still have a lot of damage, Zoe. Now, you didn't seem that excited to see it, I will say. Can you
No,
elucidate a
I've
little
seen
bit?
so much of this goddamn dog on my screen. I'm sick of it.
One game, one draft, and we're sick of it. We've not even seen it on the Rift yet in the Four Nations.
Wrong
We're done.
dog.
Get
Wrong
out.
I
dog.
got that dog in me, right? People who know me well
All
often
right,
say this
Warwick,
about
mate,
me.
calm down. All right.
I'm-
Okay, at least
What
we
do
can
I
see a
say?
dog that is effective
Mm.
as a champion. Okay,
Yeah.
if I start seeing Warwicks, I know Watley is coaching this one, and that is the
Mhm.
Watley backup. But unless we see him subbed in for a game, if Curb gets knocked out, then I don't think we're going to be seeing no Warwicks.
Hey,
The
hey,
fact that
I
it's
was
actually
doing my
possible is
networking in Manchester. I was proposing that we see some Warwick around. I was speaking with the Bandits' head coach. You know,
Mhm.
maybe we'll get to see it at some point.
bro.
I was trying my best, maybe.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Mm.
okay. We'll see. We'll see if that one
Okay, but
shows
like
up. At
in the
least you're doing your
okay, but
diligence.
in the land of like what is actually getting picked in this draft, we have
Okay.
Ash taken up here. Tristana answered by the Bandits. Very flexible 1-2 here. Obviously B1, B2 not the same pick, but flexible
Yeah.
1-2 here. Gwen can opt into that jungle, been having a lot of success there. Top lane as well though, obviously.
So
Tristana
strong.
showed up in mid lane a little bit more recently.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
it was a
easy.
pick that Elendil I think would go back to more than others. Even last split, we saw Elendil opt for that one when no one else is really playing it. And of course, Lunkerfer just being the best carry jungle we have in the whole league right now does make that Gwen jungle a real threat. As the Rise locked in last, again, we are seeing so the meta is decidedly different in split 2 to split 1, I must say. After that first kind of into first stand meta, we now have these picks like Rise rising up as well. And for JB standard picks of mages, Syndras, Victors, I think the Rise fits into that niche very well.
It does. The thing is, I've been watching a lot of people with the Rise not be proactive with it, really not using that Realm Warp in an effective way, constantly using it to try to run away, sit back a little bit, get out of dodge, but never using it to go get these team fights wins. I'm hopeful that JB in this situation will actually be able to use this one as a real proactive pickup, but is going to have to play it right here into the Yone most likely. The matchup's fine for the Rise if you can sit far enough back, but you do have to be very careful once the level 6 hits that you don't just get caught in that ulti and one tapped in that situation.
Answer for BZ is the Yone. So we're still going melee, we're still going kill threat, we're still going big lane pressure. Now the Rise can EW and run away and will likely be going the phase rush as we'd expect, but I like that we're still giving BZ a chance to go crazy. It's all AD, I will say for now. I'm looking for some potential AP sources for Int Quick in the second half of the draft. Only Kerberos is really available for it.
Oh.
Maybe it's the Kerberos Lux top coming out. I'm excited to see that one pop up. As the Cho'Gath is banned away, that probably would have been a more reasonable AP option for him up there. I don't know if he's got a Rumble, I'll be honest. It seems like kind of too normal of a pick for him.
Definitely does. Not much else left in the back pocket though. I think this is B1 Gwen here. Especially if you expect BZ to look towards these AD mid laners. Don't give him a good Silas matchup. I think it's a very smart move by the Bandits.
Yeah, hard support focus a bit quick in that second rotation as well, trying to lock Kenny out of the usual picks, especially ones that can follow up well with the Tristana, given that we are expecting that now to land there after the Rise
Is that
pickup. Though, of
Paris
course,
top
Loopy.
ban?
Yeah, I mean, why not, to be honest? Again, it is Kerberos. This is the guy who will be pioneering whatever can be pioneered back in, I remember the AP Varus top lanes, the Merwin games from LEC. I'm sure everyone remembers those very fondly. So it's hard to pin this guy down. It will be said. You know, it's easy enough to try and attack Dragdar and BZ's pool. Kerberos, not so much. You don't really know what you're dealing with, as we'll see what Inquick are going to show us in the second half. Kittenly, of course, is a very premier Enchanter player. The Lulu is taken away. The Soraka is going to be the lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, the Enchanter supports right now, not particularly high priority in the meta. It's very much going to be these tanky engage supports that we're seeing the most part. Alongside the Ashe, you're pretty fine in this lane into most things with the Tristana. Even if you do have a very aggressive support picked up right here for Kenny, you should still be able to sit far enough back, poke out, be fine. Okay, this, all of a sudden, never mind, this makes it way worse to try to play out. This bot lane goes from being something you're thinking should be okay to you can just get jumped so quickly. And between Elendor and Kenny, because you've both got champions with the ability to go leaping into the backline, oh boy, yeah, this is going to be rough to play out.
I'll be honest, we did see the Loopy Urgot a couple times, and it didn't blow our socks off. It was often when the Ornn was banned away. But I will say that Loopy kind of low-key peaked in Grand Finals. He actually did very, very well. It was a summary 3-0 for Venomcrest, but Loopy in top lane was, in my mind, probably the best performer for the Bandits on that day. So we are still yet to see, I think, more out of this guy, and he's coming in at least with good momentum into this split. So I'm ready to give him another chance on the Urgot to show us what he's got. Now, there is blind, and it does mean that he has to go into Kerberos, locking in the Aurora as an AP top lane threat. So it's not even really off better for him. He's actually gotten something that fits what they need in the composition, at least in a damage profile, and it's actually pretty strong in the meta right now. But Zoe, given that this is the choice now for Kerberos, now we see the entirety of InQuick. What are your thoughts on their draft as a whole? Because, like, naturally we'd expect it to be a little less meta cohesive and a bit more leaning on what the players want individually. But how do you think it all fits together as 5?
I kind of like him. I think there's a lot of explosive tools here, right? Obviously, Neferi can get a lot done in the early game. There's Between Worlds, Aurora ults coming out. You've always got Yoan coming up with Fate Seals, right? I think Bandits are going to struggle a little bit more in that sense, right? They don't really have that sort of big go button in a team fight. I was hoping maybe that some sort of engage in top lane will come out, but instead it's going to be the Urgot blind. You've got Gwen the jungle. You don't really have that big button. You don't have the Maokai. You don't have the Ornn. Nothing in the support role except for a single pike hook. I do think that InQuick's comp is also quite squishy, and maybe it is the sort of comp you can just play this pick, this fast-paced, high-tempo style for the Bandits, but I'm a little bit worried for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, seems like you're in agreement, Block, so not quite sure where this road ends for InQuick, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these compositions really lacking ways to step up into team fights if they're not just massively far ahead or they have that full setup for them already. I mean, I think you have a slightly easier time right here as InQuick, just because you do have the long range, slightly less committal engage that you can get through from the Ash arrow. And then if you think you've got yourself a good team fight potentially, you can just go flying in right there with the Fate Sealed out of the Yone. There are options for these engages, but it is just a little bit rough to try to play. And I think it's putting a lot of pressure right here on both Karina and Lugfoa to get these early games working well, but they don't necessarily have good setup for the ganks in and of themselves at their champions or in the lanes too. So despite the fact you kind of need to get yourself an advantage for your team if you want to make the comp work, I don't know where you're going to get it other than solo kills in the lanes.
Okay, well, with that thought, we are going to throw to a quick break as we are waiting out that draft timer. So we'll be back in just a few minutes with our casters Frisky and Millet to take us into game number 1.
Straight coming to you from the caster desk in 2 very different countries, and we're also different personalities, by the way. I'm Frisky, and I'm joined by Mila. No kidding. I'm Mila, and I'm joined by Frisky, and we are really into the translucent stuff today, as you can see. But yeah. Quick thoughts on the draft from your side. What do you expect from this scenario, from these drafts, from these teams?
Yeah, the translucent scenario. I've gone through this before, kind of phase before, and I just figured it's just nice to bring it back. Oh, now we have 2 of you, the mirrored side. So they said, nah, he's not looking great today. Let's put Melee on twice. I mean, she's much prettier. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, I was there for a second. All right, we'll let the desk figure that out as I kind of make the analysis. But I mean, 2 very interesting drafts. It did feel like both were almost kind of picking for a lot of comfort. Certainly, I think on the side of In Quick, they were just kind of looking to start it off that way, picking stuff not only that they knew was good, obviously in the Deferi, but I think just a lot of like stuff that they knew they'd be comfortable on, like the Yone, like the Aurora. Both teams are going to have a really hard time getting in. I mean, the Yone can technically use Fate Sealed to get in, but the only problem is that it's just going to be like hard to kind of follow up from there. I mean, if you use Fate Sealed 2 in and he gets blown up too quick, I mean, what else are you going to use to go on that? You really need the side of Bandits to kind of go into you, let them use the Aurora ult on you and then just kind of counter that way. I mean, it's going to be pretty hard, especially even with the Soraka keeping people alive. This Pyke is just going to be able to execute people really well. So it's really going to depend on how the early game.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this jungle matchup as well. Obviously, having cast Karina lots and lots and lots of times in Equal Esports Cup. Very excited to see her play again. I feel like she's a very proactive jungler. She's very well known for just being out there and putting a lot of work in on the map. And from what I've heard, that's also what we can expect from the other side as well, with the carry junglers kind of facing off here. We do have the dog versus Gwen, who with her snippety snap has been very strong as well. But this is how we're going into the first game between Bandits and IQ. And I'm really, really, really excited.
Well, they're called Inquint, so that if they're inting quick, we really see how much IQ they have. Already the first pun of the day. Expect more.
I love how their short version is 5 IQ and their long name is int quick, and I just think that's hilarious. Apparently, both of these teams share a brain cell at this point because they're going for like the same play. Only now Bandits should be spotted here in the tri-bush. Let's see if anyone wants to commit for a play here. They're waiting.
Up? Yes, they are.
Oh, okay, that was an easy first blood there. Karina just face checking the brushes. That was a bit rough.
Yeah, not the best start. Unfortunately, neither team just kind of saw each other, just going both for the level 1 play. Getting down the Fury is going to be really big. Having her kind of slowed early on is going to really help, I think, the side of Bandits just kind of be able to farm and get a little bit more. But we already have more action.
Yeah, the heal coming out already. But it's Chuck out with the kill. And he actually wants to never give up a run for his money, as they're now looking to commit onto the support here as well. And it's Kitty with the next kill. Strong showing from that bot lane. They came to fight.
They did come to fight, and my bot lane, the side of Elendil and good old Kenny, they can do this sometimes. They can, kind of pull the guns down, be a little bit inting at times. I actually used to coach Elendil. I always say this, but I didn't coach him very long, so I'm sure every time he hears this on the broadcast, he's just like, who the hell was this guy? I never remember him as my coach, but I promise I did. I'm not making that up. But he's a pretty strong AD carry. He's sometimes, he's had his kind of iffy games, but, it's all going to be depends on how he starts early on. They clearly read that situation really wrong. That's why you start level 1 heal on Soraka.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see how this is going to continue, as we can already see the Soraka roaming around just a tiny little bit. I think that's also something I would expect from both supports to, kind of be proactive around the map here, right?
It's kind of what you want. Obviously, you've got Ashe, who's pretty stable in the lane. I mean, she'll probably get pushed up, and obviously the Pyke's going to be, at times, a little bit aggressive. But it still does allow the Soraka to roam a little bit. Already more. Kenny does not slow down. He is going full speed.
Yeah, full speed into nothingness, at least for now. That hook went just a little wide. But, they are putting pressure on the map here, and I think that's also a little bit to be expected, especially also for the remainder of the game. I do see this Tristana actually being a huge problem. We've seen her being played a lot towards mid lane as well. And she's just a menace when it comes to that mid to late game, especially also when we look at turrets and how fast they are just melting while she attacks them. So that's a little bit of a question mark for me as to how you want to match that on the side of Inquick.
It's honestly a curiosity of mine of how you are going to match that, because there's so much movement side on the side of the bandits. I mean, the Pyke is going to be moving so quick. You've got the Ryze, who Realm Warp is going to take you wherever you'd like. You've got the Gwen, who can really chunk turrets and, obviously sprint around the map herself. I mean, I don't know what they're going to be using to catch up on. I mean, the Neferi obviously can get in deep, but, she's already starting a little bit slow, and they're making it hard now again.
Wonderful hook, snippety snap coming out as well, but in the end, kill goes to the Ryze, who actually flashed for that play. So it's a flash for flash trade, but in the end, obviously Ryze, the big winner in that scenario, should make the laning phase just a tiny bit easier for him for the moment.
Yeah, we've been seeing Ryze a little bit more recently. I think his early game's a little bit more stable now. That's kind of really what it comes down to. If you get a little bit more stability out of Ryze in the early game, then, no matter what, he's going to be good in the late game. It's just how much are you going to have to wait on him to be useful, but you get a little bit more use out of him right now, and it'll translate really well. It's good to help, especially because of Yone. You really don't want him to get a couple kills and start roaming around the map, because then if 5IQ gets some turrets and the Yone and the Aurora get fed, it's going to be really hard for bandits to deal with them. So they really just need to be slow in this early game, I say.
Also, I feel like 5IQ, they do have a little bit of stuff to prove here for themselves. Coming in as quote unquote streamer team, more of a solo queue type team. And we're talking a lot about Los Ratones. We also have our streamer teams in Prime League at this point, and some of them are actually doing a really good job. So I'm always a fan of saying, let's not underestimate them, because they are really good in their solo queues for a reason. Let's see if they can translate it to the competitive scene, and so far it's been looking good. They have been performing quite well in this early game, as we can see Dragda and Kitty putting a lot of pressure on this bot lane once more. And I think this early kill for the Ashe is actually very important, as they're getting re-engaged here. But nice reactions. Dragda, though, has to run, has the bomb on top of himself, but manages to stay alive here for the moment.
Lano didn't burn Rocket Jump there, so kind of some good caution to the wind. I think they didn't realize where the jungler was. I mean, the Fury was kind of lurking, and that's why you burn it now, because now you get the good catch.
Yeah, you definitely get a good catch here. Katie's very, very low. Feet of Warfare, therefore being claimed by the blue side. But now we have both junglers in the area. Karina trying to put out some
Realm Warp.
She does have the doggos. She gets one kill, but goes down the next second. Very nice play there from both sides. And also nice ult, just to make sure they can stay on top of the play here.
A decent counter. At least they tried to make something out of the play in quick. Still the Neferi dies because of it, and they're going to lose a dragon early on. But it kind of shows, you have two mid laners who are really keen on getting some, bot lane roams down. So it's really who's going to be on the gun faster. And obviously the Ryze Realm Warp can be there a little bit quicker, and he got there soon enough. So, lucky that they didn't go too heavy on the play, because it could really be bad for Inquick.
Ooh, as we see the next round here on top side, we're getting a little bit of a meat grinder there from Loopy, and that was a very easy kill, if I do say so. I mean, that's kind of my biggest fear when I play against this champ, is like, as soon as I'm too close, I'm already dead.
Yeah, Loopy's doing good at making the enemy top laner quite loopy right now, because that's what Urgot can do. A little bit too close. That one wasn't that good, but we'll keep working. Getting a little bit too close to an Urgot and a little bit too late on some of the buttons, and he will just shoot you to death. That's what he does. If it helps them get this top lane advantage early on, you obviously get more security with grubs. If you start opening this top side up more and you make sure that all the grubs are gotten, I don't know how Inquick is going to respond with how fast these turrets are going to fall.
But I think that's actually a very interesting call here, as we expected them to play for the Drake when they had that little scenario on bot lane. But actually what we saw is the Gwen moving towards topside and going for the grubs here. Why would you put a higher prio on the grubs in this scenario compared to the Drake?
I actually thought they were doing Drake. It kind of lost me by for a second, because Loopy was making people loopy in the top lane. That doesn't make a ton of sense. You kind of want that dragon to be secured first, and it's not like there was going to be a ton of threat on the grubs early on. You got your Urgot pushing, Neferi's behind and kind of needs to farm, and she can't really take too quickly. So it is a bit weird that they just kind of went for that instead. But with how things are going, if they get another kill with the Pyke, Should be just another fine dragon, but they hopefully don't mess that up in swift momentum. Yeah.
I think it's very interesting, especially considering what they have on their side. So Grubs might be a little bit more important here, as we see a nice play on bot lane, on mid lane. Both ultimates are actually being used here, and also Ryze has no way out. So without Flash, there's nowhere to go. Important kill here for Kerberos in order to kind of, you know, keep it up, as he had that little scenario on top lane where he was sent towards the gray screen, and it looks as if they're possibly looking to do a bit of a lane swap for the time being.
Might be helpful in the short term. I mean, you burn 2 ults for that. What can Bandits do with that? I mean, you have no Fate Sealed, you have no Aurora ult, which I should know the name of, but I don't. You know, there's not a whole lot to be done. I mean, that's why it's kind of silly that the Aurora's still pushing this much, because you get Gwend.
Yeah, that was some nice needlework, but we can see a Crystal Arrow coming from downtown, and now the call of the pack, and Karina, she just wants to get that kill, picks up the shutdown, and kind of just shows who's the dog in this game.
Who's the dog? Well, she's the dog, but even though it is a stupid dog, because that's all I call it, is a silly, stupid dog.
It's not a
but,
good girl? What do you mean?
No, the dog is just the silly dog. It just gives me frustration. I don't know. I have hard times dealing with it. When I play, my teams have hard time dealing with it. It's just because they came out of nowhere too, and it was a champion that was like, when the hell was it released? Like early 22 or something like that. And it never had like any impact until now. I mean, it's good it does just to mix up the meta, but you know, just a bit unexpected.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also very interesting to see that Karina, as I would expect, is going very actively towards these ganks, but not really putting a lot of attention towards the objectives here, as we see the nice flash. And therefore, no kills on mid lane.
Yeah, no, like not a ton of objective control, and not as much as I'd like. I mean, the kind of ambivalence they have towards this dragon is quite interesting. It seems like as soon as I say that, Lungifer starts hitting said dragon, but it's still, you know, yeah, perfect timing from my point, but it still seems like it just kind of takes them a while. I mean, if you're looking to get back into a game, you're going to want Soul as one of your potential options, so do you at least want either you to get dragged or they to get dragged early on? Now you're at least delaying, you know, a potential Soul until probably 25 to 30 minutes into the game. So, I mean, you know, this is talking like super late if either you try to steal Soul to get yourself back into the game, or you know, try to wait it out and go for an Elden Dragon if that's something you want. But, you know, these are all options you got to be thinking about, because the game, you know, isn't just the first 10 minutes, the entire 30, 40 that you might see.
Yeah, I think another question mark for me, adding up to that topic, is now that you took the Drake so late, we don't have that, you know, trade option for the next set of Void Grubs for the next Drake. So I would expect there to be a fight, because I don't think Karina wants to ignore 6 Void Grubs and then have potentially a Tristana, Gwen in your enemy team with 6 Grubs. That sounds disgusting. Like, you need to contest this. But let's see if they can actually manage to find a way. This looks really good. Very nice ultimates coming out here, but now they're a little bit stuck. The needlework doing so much work. In the end, it's the execute here from Never Give Up, indeed. Never. And that's 6 Void Grubs over to the side of Bandits.
Yeah, a little bit too deep. My boy Kenny coming in clutch to help out. Oh, first Elendil's going to probably pass away. Is he?
Oh my god, that was a nice barrier, trying to jump in again! Oh, what a nice try. In the end, they managed to stay alive here. But that was a close call, but Never Give Up is in the area, finds a very nice Kenny. Another barrier coming out here, Root not going through, and therefore they need to be a bit careful. We did see the TP from the Yoni coming in towards the Grubbies, but they decide to pick up 4 and then leave the rest for now.
Not too sure what Kenny was thinking, because Death from Below was on cooldown, so it was going to be like a bit of a miracle if he did anything. He kind of burned Flash for that. But, you know, that's what a Pyke does. That's, you know, he can be at least a little bit of a nuisance in that front. But again, I can't make so much analysis because we have more fighting going on.
Yeah, there is a continuous fighting in this game. They managed to pick up 1 Void Grub here, Karina, for the side of 5 IQ. In the end, it's going to be 5 going over to Bandits, which should be a nice deal for them. I think they will be quite happy about that. The good news for, you know, the red side in this scenario is that they didn't give up a full camp, so therefore it's like not that big of a stack for the feats of strength, if you care about that at all.
I care about it a little. I actually wish I could see it right now. I think it's, what, 2-1 to Bandits or like 2-0. Again, well, I can't make. Well, am I gonna make the analysis? Can never tell
No,
when
you
some of
go.
these fights.
You
It's
go.
like, is it? Do I gotta? Are they gonna finish? Are they gonna not? I don't know. It's a bit of a waiting game at times. But I mean, yeah, I mean, the defeats, somewhat matter to you. I mean, they matter for like the first 10 minutes, and then you're just kind of looking at objectives because they're not going to be end-all game-all. You start focusing on where Atacon's going to be. And Kenny, what are you doing, Kenny? What are you doing, Kenny? Oh, Kenny.
Dying, I would suppose. Never give up, but in that moment, maybe you should have.
You should have given up.
Because that didn't look good, but nice play from Dark there as well. I mean, that crystal arrow hit exactly where it hurts. And now they might actually be looking to chase them away from underneath the turret here. Karina sneakily taking some of the jungle camps here, even though the scissors are doing a little bit of work. And now with the wave coming back in, they can try to at least defend the turret for now. Turret aggro flying, but no one going down but Karina. She's still hovering in the tri-bush, and now that she knows enemy jungle went for the backboard, she is being spotted on that ward right now, but she might actually look to go for this turret dive. We're very close to the turret dying as the ADC is super low. Jakta gets the work done in the end. It's the turret and the kill. Now they're going for the chase. But the call of the pack, not in range here, as Pyke is kind of like, running for his life in this scenario.
They did that really well in Quick. I was pretty impressed. They made sure to, at least make sure that Elendil was going to know that the dive was coming, keep him in one place, and then just make sure that turret is gotten. Because, that one thing you don't want to do is fail a dive and give a couple kills to your ADC. We haven't talked about the bot lane of InQuick too much. From what I've been told, from what I remember seeing, at least from the messy Div 2 games there were, that the bot lane is definitely something to look out for. I mean, you got Dragdar, 3-0 right now. I mean, this Ashe is getting really strong, so it's going to be relatively hard to kill her. I mean, in a 2v2, she's going to have a good chance, especially with this Soraka helping out so much. So clearly, Soraka pick is working well.
Yeah, we're getting another little bit of needlework here on the top side. And yes, the Aurora ultimate would be there, but really forward, Cabros just, has to give in to his fate in that scenario. But good reaction here from the side of 5IQ saying, okay, look, we spot enemy jungle on top lane. We're going for this Drake and therefore stop some early dragon stacking that could have been a potential play here for the side of Bandits as Loopy. Kind of waiting, kind of hovering, but not really an angle for a play here. As we do see the push continuing on this top lane right here. And there we see the 5 Void Grubs at work. And this is exactly what I was scared of if I was in a position.
Oh, what an arrow.
Very nice. Crystal arrow into ultimate here. Sadly, the Ryze wasn't able to get his jungler to safety here, but nice try. Nice try anyways.
Bit overzealous there. They knew they were on the other side of the map, but you got a lot of long-range ultimates on the side of InQuick, so that's something you still got to be careful. I think both these junglers are, especially now, definitely going to be feeling themselves. They're playing 2 junglers that are, very strong right now, 2 champions that are extremely strong. They tried nerfing both, still relatively good in the meta right now. I think both are going to be feeling themselves, and maybe they'll get a little bit overzealous at times. Both can kind of do that. They both have a ton of healing. It's really just going to matter of who kind of makes the first mistakes in this scenario.
So what has more power here? Because right now, for me, it looks like 5IQ, they have a really nice team fight potential. But then on the other side, Bandits, they're really putting in the work on the side lanes here. What are you more afraid of? Like, who is losing in this scenario?
It's actually pretty tough because, I mean, the game is relatively even right now. I mean, yeah, the side lanes are definitely getting their work in on the side of Bandits. But, I mean, I think InQuick kind of has a little bit more advantage right now. I mean, they've been getting a lot of good kills on the map, a lot of good solo kills. This Yone can split push in his own right and is getting fed. You've got the Ashe who's on a pretty good amount of kills, and this Nefiri is getting really strong. I mean, she, took a little bit in the beginning, and as you can see, this Yone is starting to really put in the work.
Nice flash forward there as they're now going on the chase. Never give up. Little far away from the rest of his team, has to give up. But at least the crystal arrow was out, and it went very wide. In German, we would say that went to Meppen Süd, but that was a little bit of an oopsie right there, but they managed to pick up the kill, and now they can push into this mid lane here with the Herald, picking up this really important mid lane tier 1 turret, which, again, it opens up the map for you so beautifully. they will be able to have a lot more fun contesting these objectives now.
I mean, really, the benefit of Bandit's comp is you have something like Gwen, you have stuff like Urgot that want people. Where the Yone just died in the middle of a 1v1, so didn't notice that. But talking about the advantage of the Gwen, you want champions to fall into you. You want them your big team fight on the side of 5IQ to engage first, and then you kind of counter engage and kind of trap them from there. Obviously, you have Ryze who can speed and re-engage really well. Pyke can do that. I mean, they really just have to get like a solid 5v5. I mean, they want a lot of pressure on these side lanes, but I mean, as you can see right now, this is what you want, a big team fight.
Yeah, very nice. Easy kill picked up there in the mid lane. Loopy using the ultimate exactly for what it's intended to do. But we can see at least a decent side lane reaction here by Kerberos, trying to push in towards this bot lane and having already picked up 3 turrets. This is a very nice position to be in for Int Quick, who have now, still only have like 1k of a gold lead. Not even exactly 1k. But I do fear for what these team fights look like if they are positioned well, because Karina on this champion, she can get untargetable, and that's like the worst scenario for anyone. Like, Naafiri, for some reason, can dodge almost anything.
Yeah. See, you at least agree with me on the idea of it is a stupid dog. I don't know why she can dodge pretty much almost anything. But Kenny is just not letting me talk. He's listening to the broadcast. He's like, "Oh, this American's talking again." Nope, we gotta have the action going again.
Yeah, no, Americans, we're in Europe. Maybe he's just scared of what nonsense you're going to say. I don't know. That's just,
no, I mean he's just scared. Yeah, I mean that's understandable. You're afraid of that. Okay, just people dying. I mean, Kenny gets a kill there. I mean, the trade for the ADCs though. More action on the Gwen.
Oh, there she goes, untargetable. That was fun.
That's
and
not
now
good.
She can put in the call of the pack, and they can actually go for the kill here. Kerberos picking that one up. That looked way too easy once they turned it around, and this is exactly what I'd be scared of if I was on the side of Bandits. Now, having a numbers advantage, they should be fine for Atakan into Drake here.
Problem is, Kenny doesn't want me to make they killed Kenny, you bastard jokes from I can't I don't know if I can say the show name, but we all know the show, so that doesn't need to be said. But either way, I mean, he's kind of acting like that, just kind of dying all over and over, being too aggressive. I mean, they need him to play back. I mean, you get a catch that looks promising, but then the entirety of 5IQ try to retaliate, and you just end up losing pieces on the map. They need to, kind of play a little bit slower, because things like this, I mean, again, they keep killing Kenny. It's not going to help anything. I mean, the Pyke was kind of meant to be, I think, more of a counter on the fight champions, get them a little bit low, use death from below, but it's not working. But maybe this counter fight can work here.
Okay, TP into the tri-bush. Loopy trying to put in the work here as Kitty's trying to keep her team alive, but the meat grinder is just a little bit too strong. Loopy on a rampage here, 4-0 on this pick. And people in the chat have been wondering, why did they leave it open as he's doing so much work? He might get another one, but in the end, the only manages to stay alive. And now it's Karina again with the call of the pack. And they do have this Atakan and are now looking to go towards the Drake here. And just as a reminder, this Atakan, once you reach the point of having a Drake soul, will only make shit worse for your enemy. So this is going to be a roughie if they manage to pick up any more of these Drakes, as we can see the Between Worlds coming out here as well. Kind of more as a defense mechanism, as they're trying to, keep Int Quick away from themselves here, because Karina, she smells blood like this.
And this dog slow down?
No! This dog, she wants blood.
Like I said, she's feeling herself. She's just feeling herself, but deserves to feel itself. I mean, this dog is just ridiculous. I think Loopy, he tried to be a little bit cheeky, obviously getting the ultimate and then flashing in and try to get the fear on top of, I think it was the Naafiri, but just went way too crazy just for one kill, because that was a shutdown and then another kill onto the Naafiri with the Infernal Soul and with the Ruinous Otacon. I don't know how in the world you kill this dog. I mean, it's just going to be ridiculously difficult. She'll just get all the resets she wants. If they can just continue to push these turrets out well, it's going to get really hard for the Bandits. They're going to have to capitalize on some mistakes, like this one.
Yeah, maybe a little far forward, but he seems to pick up another kill. How do you make that a 1-for-1? I mean, yes, you get the shutdown here, but Big question mark. Big question mark for me. That Yone is out of control as well.
Yeah, they're really doing well in putting him on the side lanes, at least always gaining some level of side lane control so that the rest of Bandits can't really do anything. I mean, Elendil hasn't really had like a place in this game, I feel like. I mean, they don't really want to put him in the team fights. He hasn't been like on any side lanes at all in fear of getting killed. He's just been kind of slowly mid farming, and they haven't even gotten their mid tier 1 turret yet. I mean, the lane just kind of went poorly for them, and I don't know what they're really waiting for on the Tristana. I mean, they kind of have to make at least some use of her ability to reset and get some AoE damage in the team fights, or else there's not really going to be anything else that comes from it.
And you also fell behind quite a bit. If we only look at CS here, we can obviously see that Dragda is really, really nicely equipped here, especially when we look towards the items. He got that Yuntas, he got that IE, and also Phantom Dancer. So this dude is quick. Like, he's really quick. On the other side, just the Yuntas completed for Elendil at this point. And yes, Tristana scales, but I'm not sure she will have enough time to actually get to that point where she will have set impact. So let's see how it goes for them.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And I think after this, certainly Lunkifer has learned that you can't just kind of 1v9 and everything on Gwen right now. Everybody else is strong enough, and she isn't like have the normal lead where Gwen gets kind of a little bit of a lead and then can kind of take that super far. Everybody else is kind of doing their own work in terms of being able to heal against the Gwen. Obviously, we just saw what the Yone can do. So they have to be a little bit more careful for that. I think, Kenny is now obviously playing a lot more careful, but I think it's really just going to come down to what, do they catch the pike? Do they not catch the pike? There's a fight going on the bot lane. Can we switch? No, we can't switch, but Loopy gets it. Yeah.
The fight is
They're like, no, it's boring fight.
Loopy
Loopy gets it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I love how observers just know, They just know. They look at it, they're like, oh, Loopy is there. We don't need to watch. What we get to watch is how they're approaching this Baron, and you can see it. It's melting. There is so much damage and so much tempo coming out of this red side here. Especially Kerberos also using the ultimate to keep everyone zoned. Such an important way to handle the situation. But now they are getting a little bit caught out here as Kitty kind of has to sacrifice herself. Kerberos trying again to kind of throw everyone off.
Dog's coming back.
Karina! She wants to go in with the pack. She's unstoppable. Stun again. Nice crystal arrow. And this is exactly the teamfight power that we can get and expect from the side of 5IQ. They came in today and they chose violence.
Jesus, they chose violence indeed. I mean, people maybe still are underestimating the dog a little bit too much, but they really should not be. I mean, that's exactly what, the dog can do, is re-engage from that. I mean, it seemed like a decent idea for Bandits to get a counter. I think Loopy's going to get this kill first because he has ultimate. He does.
Yeah.
There we go. Loopy just kind of getting some kills. The only problem is I feel like Urgot, you want to obviously get kills on somebody who's doing relatively well, and, he's got a good amount of items, but I think Urgot's going to relatively plateau. It's going to be somewhat hard for him to get, kills over time when you have a lot of people on the side of 5IQ who's just going to be executing really quick. But yeah, I mean, this dog, it does exactly what you want, just from a re-engage standpoint. I mean, nothing that Bandits can really do, and I think this is going to be kind of the beginning of the end, especially after this next Infernal Drake.
I think the big question for me is, obviously you need Loopy in split push. You need Loopy to answer all these lanes as we get another little catch here in the jungle. Drake already up as they go over the wall. But the Gwen going down in the end. Very nice ultimate again, but the death from below doing a lot of work as Karina is now over the wall as well, trying to be untargetable. Now manages to get out and run away. But she still wants to go for this Drake, and she can. I mean, 40 seconds on the Gwen, there's not really anything you can do as they are TPing into a very nice flank position here. Let's see if this Aurora can find a nice engage. They will get the Drake here, which puts them on soul point, but can they get the fight as well? Loopy putting in a lot of work as Alande as well, going forward, and the Between Worlds is not really doing anything here as Kerberos is going down once more. Not really the game you would want on this Aurora, but it works in the end because the rest of the team can carry away as Karina is still smelling blood, looking to maybe catch another kill here somehow. But they have decided to disengage and go for the wave instead. Or are they, Karina? She's looking. Wave coming in now.
They're being a little bit too safe. They're not respecting them enough.
Yep, that crystal arrow definitely did the job as Kitty gets to pick up a kill, and now Karina is legendary once more, and she doesn't even care about turret aggro at this point because not even that can target her. Draktar took the damage, but it's fine. They all stay alive. How is this legal?
This dog is not illegal. We need to put her back into the gulag. I mean, it's just like, put her back where she was, please. I mean, oh my god, this is ridiculous. That untargetable just makes it ridiculous. I mean, when she was in that kind of risky fight before, hopping over the wall, just makes this ridiculous. Okay, just random kill, just the Soraka distracting people while the rest of the base unfortunately falls.
But they get
And this
the
might be
kill
it.
back. It's the end. This game.
Wait.
This is game. This Yone manages to pick up the kill. Karina is standing and trying to attack the Nexus here, as it's Orlando has to do some sort of hero play here. They are the only ones that can keep this game alive for the blue side, for Bandits, who have had a decent early game, but this mid to late game completely fell out of their hands as Kerberos manages to pick up another turret. Loopy now with the TP, trying to catch Karina here. Would be a huge shutdown. 700 gold if he actually manages to get the kill. But in the end, has to be careful. Might even has to run away himself and right into the hands of this Aurora. But that should be an easy kill at least. But at what cost? Like, how much did you just lose between worlds coming out one more time? As they're kind of just facing off here, knowing that Kerberos, the only thing he can do is buy time here, which he did. But that was way too close for Bandits. That could have been game.
It almost should have been game. They kind of were not paying attention.
Oh no, the dog is dead! What happened there?
No, I don't know if you saw that, but I think it was the Ryze and the Tristana getting the catch on the mid after the dog was kind of running away from the Urgot. So it was a good catch. I mean, it's a good shutdown on the ADC. It's just, it might be a bit too late. But I don't really, I think it's fine that IntQuick kind of tries to go for an end. I don't really like this kind of opening the enemy's base as much as possible now that the turrets respawn, because you're probably going to have to wait a few minutes anyway, and the turrets will respawn by then. So it's not really worth it anymore to like kind of go super aggressive and get those turrets out anymore. Now, they're in such a good position lead-wise. I know one shutdown for Tristana can kind of help them, but I still don't know what you do with this dog in the fights. And plus, you have the Yone and the Ashe who do so much damage on their own now. I mean, this Yone has just been a menace this entire game. Even with that kind of little hiccup at the very end, as long as they stay calm, I don't think there'll be any ruts in them finishing this game soon.
I think it's crazy because when we were watching the draft, my initial thought was like, how do they get away with getting Gwen, Ryze, and Tristana?
Same.
That's just ridiculous. But now looking at the way this whole thing played out, they are falling further and further behind. They even have the Rabadons completed on 2 champions, but it's not really making that big of a difference, as we can see another 1v1 situation here. Ultimate from the Yone coming out here. He might go towards the meat grinder, but there is the rest of the team, aka Kerberos, with the Between Worlds one more time, and they managed to pick up Loopy. And they don't even need more than 2 members for this. Initially, I thought maybe you can buy time by having to commit more people, but they don't, as they can now turn away from the Baron.
Oh my!
How? Wait, what was that needlework? Karina now has to be a little careful as Alaudi's in the area. Can he do some more? Holy, he gets the kill, but now Kerberos still alive. TPs into the mid lane here, but Ryze might be an easy target here for both of them. So be very careful, rooted. And now the bomb on top of him has to run away, Elendil. On a chase here. They want to pick up these kills. Maybe this is the scaling we wanted of them for this whole game. They are getting something back here, but they need to pick up the Yone in order to make it a full-on ace, and there it is. And this is important, but they still have super minions pouring into their base. They need to find a solution for this, with Loopy now respawning. And we have Elendil soloing Drake here.
Okay, where do we even begin? I mean, my whole point about not maybe rushing the end of the base if you can't get the Nexus and, you know, those inhibitor turrets will respawn is clearly being proven right now because, I mean, that was a crazy series of events. I was about to talk about how Loopy, who got a response from the Make-A-Wish Foundation and wished healing the Yone enough to keep him alive, was being a bit silly in that 1v1, but Gwen can still do Gwen things. I mean, she's got Rabadon a bit... you know, a little bit slow on understanding what the damage of the Gwen was, and you get the ADC and the support out instantly, no healing from them, and I guess that, what do you call it, that shutdown for Elendil on the Nefiri was big enough, because now this Tristana is doing big damage. Is this a 2 overzealous though, or are they going to win the game right now?
They're going in again. TP right in there and straight into the gray screen with you. Jagdar is getting executed again. In the end, it's Elendil picking up that kill. And now they're at a numbers advantage with Baron still up. Yes, they need to be a bit careful when it comes to their own base, but they managed to push out that top wave quite well. As we're now looking for Karina. Karina has to find an angle, and she's getting engaged. She has to get right out again. And now the only on the side. Karina back in there.
She saw it.
And she manages to pick up that Baron, but she's getting executed right away. So it's only 2 members left standing. And only the only really having impact on the map here. If they manage to pick him up as well, that's the best they can do. But they decide to maybe play it rather safe here, TPing towards that bot lane turret. And they still have 5 Void Grubs. Let's not forget about that. Yes, these Grubbies didn't have as much impact in the mid to late game, but they are looking to find that impact again, as Loopy is now just buying time, has to flash out here as the rest of his team trying to put in the work to destroy these turrets.
That was actually a decent shutdown there. But again, madness all across the board. I think they were a bit in a bad position, Bandits, to try to finish the game, though. But like I said, Lunkifer, you're on a champion like this. If you're really feeling yourself on Gwen, you're going to be right in the middle of these team fights, and we see how much she can heal. But what else? I mean, what else even all happened? I mean, the Baron steal, great play from Karina. That's going to kind of save them the game a little bit. I mean, that could have been really tough after if they did not get the Baron, but that's going to slow things down a little bit more. It still almost feels like it's going to be advantage Bandits, even though they're still 2k down. It's going to feel relatively even. Kenny's once again hunting. He's not, dying as much as he was, but he's still being a presence on the map. Baron will at least help them push out these turrets a little bit much, but I mean, now I don't even know which way this game was going. I was ready to say, cut print, we're done for the day. Obviously, 5IQ is going to take it, but Bandits get one good fight, and it's right in their hands.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, this has been my first English cast ever since the EMEA Masters, and you're not giving me an easy one here. Like, my German Prime League brain is not able to take this in. Like, it's crazy. As we can see now, Karina on the hunt one more time. A very nice Ryze ultimate. Manages to make it out here.
Mid lane.
Oh yes, mid lane indeed. As the Crystal Arrow is coming in, finds a very nice stun, but Elendil is dominating. Finally managed to pick up all the items he needs in order to make a difference here, as Drakta at least gets a bit of a return kill. They now have to be a tad bit careful not to overstay their welcome.
As you say that, goodbye, Kenny.
Yeah, Sag, I saw that and I thought, I'm not gonna, speak on it because it looked rough, but here we are.
Not the best 2v1. I mean, how much do they want to push with this?
I mean, they still have the Baron buff on a single member, which is enough for now. They're looking for engage opportunities, but now you're overstaying your welcome a little bit. There's so much damage coming out of this Gwen. She's buying so much time. It's the double kill already. How much more can she get before going down? The shutdown is here, but Elendil can just try to go further, try to pick up more kills, but in the end, it's a shutdown. AD carry is gone, and now it's Loopy, the last one standing. 5 seconds on the Pike, 5 seconds on the Rise, but they were TPing into the base. The first one was an oopsie. They want to end it right here, right now. And it's just 2 members kind of trying to buy some time now. Loopy in the mix as well. They've managed to get another kill. That from below, just going a tad bit wide. But it's in the end enough to at least delay the end here one more time. And man, 5IQ, they must be so tilted as Karina gets rooted again. Trying to heal up a bit more. But how can they not end this game? They have been on the Nexus almost twice, and it's just not over yet.
All right, I have a message now. I call upon you, everybody in the UK, everybody in Europe, everybody in America. Tell your friends, get them out of the pubs, get them out of work. Say, get this game on right now. This is madness, because this doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon. We have another fight for the dragon coming up. It is just pure, utter chaos. Really shows that Four Nations can be just all about utter chaos, and a great way for us to start off this season. Just more chaos.
Crystal Arrows is right there, but Loopy manages to say,
here comes the people.
Into the 6, and the meat grinder coming out. Kitty's down, Jack to the next one, getting engaged here, but it's Karina on a killing spree. But now they are here. The blue side has arrived to the fight, and they don't want to give this game up just yet. No soul for nobody. Next Drake is going to decide who at least gets the Infernal Soul here.
You came in today, you're like, you know what? It's my first English cast in a while. I'm gonna just have like a nice casual time. It's gonna be some, maybe some kind of intense games, right? Maybe not a 38-38, almost 40-minute game was probably gonna go beyond 40 minutes at this point. Just absolute insanity. Just no team can, seem to end. It's just, I don't even know where to go from there. As a coach, I would be just, screaming, and my heart would be probably out of my stomach at this point. I mean, what do? You just look for catches. I mean, you need a 5v5 team fight to win this off. But I just say, who knows?
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, I don't even really know where to look at anymore. Also, if we look at the gold real quick, it's almost dead even, Like, overall, yes, we do have some minor leads here and there, but if we look at the scoreboard, it's really 1K, and that's completely irrelevant at this point in the game. So, Lord knows where it's going to go from here. We might have a third Baron. We probably will. We might get a 7th Drake into possibly an Elder Drake. Like, I don't know. I think it can really go anywhere. The longest game I have cast this split was 51 minutes. If it tops that, I'm here for it. Crystal Arrow.
Moves though, keep in mind that Dragdar does have a Seeker's Arm Guard on, so if they try to kill him, I mean, the Zanya's Hourglass can stop things, really. I mean, they're trying to finish it again!
Very nice ultimate, but nice try, but they managed to stay alive. Between Worlds coming out one more time. Karina, she has to put in the work right now as she picks up the first kill, but how much more is possible for her here? As Loopy is doing so much work. He's going to resurrect here. But he's just a little too far forward. It's a shutdown for Dragdar. Maybe we jinxed it. Maybe this is possibly the end. Can they finish with this Baron?
Well, they're getting Baron, so I mean, clearly that Baron steal was working out. This is, I'm starting to lose things to analyze now. Now it's just like how do you analyze pure chaos right in front of your own eyes? You just kind of have to sit, embrace it like a, kind of a crazy art picture, just some crazy movie that's going on. You just have to sit, embrace what's going on, and just, hope you get the result you want.
Yeah.
It's just going to be about like because now everybody's a threat on the side of really every team. The Ryze is a threat, the Tristana's a threat, the Gwen's obviously a massive threat, but the Ashe is especially a threat. They're kind of underestimating what this Ashe can do, and that's why the Seeker's Arm Guard is going to be so helpful for Dragdar if they get on him or he gets out a bit. And obviously the Nefari's still going to be doing a ton of work. The Yone, he gets in 2 front. I mean, you have to spend a lot of time on him. See, this is once again...
It looks a little... Oh my god, it looked a little miscommunicated right there. Pyke went in, went back out, Elendo went in, got the kill in the end, which is the good news. And they are just trying to delay their end here a little bit, as Kerberos really had a rough early game, but now manages to kind of, have his impact here and there with the ultimate, the Between Worlds doing a lot of work as well. But they have to respect this Gwen, they have to respect this Tristana. And with
Everybody's
the AD
really
carry being
now.
down, it's crazy.
When you're this late in the game, everybody's got to do work. Everybody's got to pull their weight. Everybody's got to help get into catches. Like the Pyke here, helping to get this Yone down.
Very nice ultimate coming up from the Ryze there, trying to get the rest of the team up to speed, but they pick up the kills in the end. It's Karina one more time, as Kitty has to go golden. How much time can she buy you for her team? She still has that Baron buff, as Loopy is giving his all, but in the end, it's the red side coming out victorious. It's a double kill for the Yone, and in the end, they are in the base TPing in, trying to attack these respawn turrets. I hate this spectator buff. It makes me aggressive. Another arrow coming out, another heal from Kitty. But in the end, it is 5 IQ finishing off this game. 3rd time's a charm, and what a game it was.
The Seeker's Arm Guard helping out. I didn't even see that the Yone had it, but I heard that was what sealed them the fight. The Yone gets a couple kills. 1 good item buy is all that can help you win a game. what an insane match. I mean, it was just had to be patience on both sides. 5 IQ showing they've got more than 5 IQ. They've got 500 IQ, being really smart in their last item buys, knowing that, hey, we're strong enough. We don't really need something super damaging. We just need something a little bit more tactical. And those Seeker's arm guards giving you that hourglass effect helped them enough so that they, no longer had to play with what the Gwen could do and just finish the game off and kind of give us make our hearts pump a little bit less for once.
84, 85 kills overall
Something
in
like
the
that.
end. I am mind blown. My voice is all over the place.
Mhm.
And you know what? I'm glad we're out at this point because after a short break, the analysis will tell you what went on in this game because at this point, I don't know. We're throwing it to a break, but stay
Good luck.
tuned for the analysis and also for the next game, of course.
Yeah, that looks about right. That sounds about right, doesn't it, guys? Four Nations is back, and this is what they give us: 85 kills in 40 minutes, 5 IQ, walking away with the win over the Bandits, our grand finalists from the last split, but in a drag out slap fist fight in the mud. 5 IQ walk away the winners. Now, we don't have a lot of time to go through this one, folks. We've got 4 games to cover today, so we're going to keep it bare bones, and we'll maybe think about it some other time. You guys all saw what happened. It was a mess. But, Blocks, what I'd like you to do for me, pick out one player you'd like to highlight from the side of 5 IQ. Who really stands out on this team? They were the winners here today. Who do you think deserves the most credit?
I think honestly, the person I was looking at as playing that one out the best was probably Karina. Was really effective here on the Neferi. Was able to just get involved in every single lane and was actually making the ganks work early on, which can be a little bit tricky to do with this champion.
Yeah.
And then later on was just running circles around people, was getting chased around, wasn't dying for the most part, and just had ridiculous damage.
Yeah, some crazy heroics from the Neferi. The Baron Steel coming in as well. Massive from the jungler from 5IQ. Casual, QE. Give me the same for the Bandits, because it was a valiant effort from them, must be said.
Look, I think the obvious choice here is Lunkafer, especially surrounding that game-saving Gwen ult, hitting 9 needles onto 9 people, again, again and again, clutching out these team fights. So I'm not going to go with the obvious option. I'm going to say respect up to Loopy in the top lane there.
Yes.
Dumpstered in the counter pick. Great lane matchup. Had a couple of game-saving team fights as well. There were a lot of team fights in that game. But yeah, big respect on that Urgot in the counter pick.
Yes.
Showing why that's such a glow up from last season.
Yeah, exactly right. We mentioned it, the progression we saw all through Split 1, peaking in grand finals, couldn't get the win there, couldn't get the win today as well, it must be said, but certainly carried his way and then some through that top lane. The era got redeemed somewhat in my eyes, and I think we're certainly expecting to see a lot more from the Bandits going forward as well. But a great start from InQuick. Now, let's rush forward and talk about game number 2, which is Broad versus Rise Gaming. And these are incredibly different beasts from what we know from them from last split. Bloxer, run us through the changes to Broad right now, because there's quite a simple way to sum them up. Only one of the players is the same, but what is the new and improved Broad?
Cabbage Corp is back. They're back again. Cabbage Corp will never die in UK esports. Every single time you think you maybe could step away from this as a just overall roster, it's going to be straight back once again. This is the old grey Warwick roster from their uni team that then turned into Cabbage Corp, that just took over Insomnia's, has just been one of the better teams we've seen around, and now they're bringing it here once again. I mean, this team keeps popping up in this iteration with a few changes here and there, but honestly, the core pieces, the Porp, the QQR, the Spark, all of those, it just keeps happening.
Yeah, they will just keep coming back. They keep winning trophies as well. You know, these players have been back in time and time again, different iterations, different numbers of them back in different places. But ultimately, one thing that tends to stay consistent when these guys are around is the trophies do rack up. So Broad and Friends not mucking around in this split. They want to come back and perform, I'll be honest, a little better than the last split, which I think is fair to say. They landed a little under their expectations. They wanted to be at the grand finals in Manchester with their players at least, and they could not make it. So they have brought in, parachuted in Cabbage Corp with Akka still on the top side to see if they can make it work. And we'll see how well they can perform with a notably, you know, a pretty strong league that we're now building for ourselves in 2025.
If InQuick were the Avengers, these guys are the Fantastic Four. Well, Fantastic
Yeah,
Five, I guess.
And Akka's is also there, you know? Like, yeah,
so consistent.
it is a good analogy, for sure. Now, Zoe, what I'm going to get you to do is talk a little bit about Rise, because this is, again, as well, very, very different. There's 3 key differences that we can see right here, at least from names that we know. Sin has joined, departed from the paired cities of Ruddyville and Broadston, and has joined Rise Gaming. And then we've got Trizzy and BB Muffin returning as well, plus the new names of Anarchy and Nemone in top and bot side. So where is your focus going, Zoe? What do you think is going to really be the focal point of this roster?
I mean, whenever Trizzy's in the game, it's got to be a Trizzy focus. Right, I'm so excited to see how these 2 junglers stack up. I remember a couple of splits ago, I think it was the Ruddy Broads at the time, struggled for a few matches. Trizzy comes in, subs in, looks like a completely different team. This guy will be impactful in this match, and I'm honestly super excited to see how they match up against Paul.
Yeah, and for anyone else who wants additional content right here, Trizzy is dropping bars on the timeline, right? Go and follow this guy's Twitter, because I think he put another song out today. He is putting fire down on paper for us and filming it as well. So he's not even just supporting us on the Rift and upping the level of gameplay, potentially even adding to the content buffet as well. So Bloxer, what about you? When we have, if Trizzy is taken, if we can go Trizzy off the board right here, who would you talk about for Rise Gaming if not Trizzy?
It's got to be Sin, and then what can Nemone do? Like you said, that's going to be a new name. Sin has been around the block forever. We were talking about how it was a little bit odd, right, to not see him on one of the Broad teams or one of the Ruddy teams. Like, it feels odd to see him on a completely different look. And I'm just excited to see what this bot lane can do as a pairing, because I got to be honest, this needs to be a completely different look right here for Rise. Their last couple of splits really just haven't been particularly impressive. This roster looks like it's got some real upside to it, and Sin has been looking like one of the better ADCs, one of the more consistent ADCs, I think, across the course of the last couple of splits we've had here on the 4 Nations. But I don't know how much the current meta really suits his champion pool. I think of him as being quite an aggressive player. There's a lot of champions at the moment who kind of just want to sit back. We've been seeing loads of the Ezreals of viruses, as we've been saying, so I want to see what he can do in this current patch.
Yeah, We are going to get into the draft right now, so we'll see what the focus is going to be. If they are going to set time aside to get Sin the picks that he wants, I can see the Varus band already. That is a pick for me that is like the quintessential Sin pops off pick, but I'm pretty sure he hates it. I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
vocally hates playing it, so
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to see Rise banning away themselves.
Mm.
Trizzy is being pretty hard focused by Broad. We can see the Kindred and the Xinjiao, both very common picks, both kind of opposite ends almost of their focal point in the game. It does show a little bit of the depth that Trizzy brings to that jungle position. But Bloxer, if we're looking for a B1 for Broad and Friends, given what we know of Cabbage Family in the past, we've got a lot of
boy.
data on these guys and Akers. What do you think we're going to be prioritizing for this roster in the B1 pick?
I mean, it might just be a straight up jungle pickup right here. You can see the Xinjiao's gone, but there are still a lot of very strong junglers available. Things like the Vi, the Sejuanis, even the Jarvans at the moment have been completely taken over, especially now that the Gwen is going to be off of the board. You can just take your jungle here. I'd be very surprised if we do see something like the top or the mid taken at this point. I think you want to be feeling out your opponents a little bit more before that.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a jungle. Gwen would have been my shoe-in here, but taken off the board. I think he's going to shape the draft that Broad want to go for, right? Because obviously, Paul, as you said, very talented. Can play towards his tanks, can play towards his carries as well. We'll have to see what gets locked in.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
meant
see
to
if they
scale
as well have remembered how to
Ooh,
draft as one of our teams has.
Okay.
The Skarner coming in. So another of these quintessential utility-based kind of setup junglers, the frontliners that can really lead the charge into any play. This is what I think I've seen the most of Port over his lifespan right now. Something that has gone from all the way from the UK lands all the way up to the NLC in his time. The answer being the Tristana straight away here for Rise. Of course, still flexible. We saw it in bot lane last game. Could be mid or bot right now. But Trizzy on the Viego. So there is a carry element to play through right here, Bloxer.
Yeah, and this is one of the sort of Trizzy picks that I really like to see. The kind of pickup you can just get very aggressive on. And also into the Skarner isn't anywhere near as strong in the skirmishes as he was a couple of patches ago. So now you can really go and take the fight to him. You do have to be a little bit careful. You fall behind. The Skarner's going to give you a lot more in the later stages. So we'll see how that jungle matchup actually ends up playing out. We are going to get the Syndra lock in right here. Something just nice and safe right here for QQR. It's very much one of his champions.
Very much is. Also denies that really strong Syndra Viego pairing coming through from Rise. Gnar blinded up in the top lane.
Ooh, okay.
I think that the Cabbage Corp plus Akers in top just really puts together. My expectation for them is to play fairly standard front to back kind of drafts. I think it plays into their strengths. So the synergy is going to be very high, at least from Pope downwards. And then these guys have been playing in the same tournaments, in the same scene for a long time as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there is at least a personal synergy there between Akers and the rest of them. These people that know each other for many years. And I think that kind of team can really exploit just playing front to back, 2 damage dealers, 2 frontliners, whatever support makes sense at the time, and try and just build off that. I'm expecting to see that from Broad in this first game, just to kind of open up their campaign in the spring split, as the answer from Rise was the Ornn into the Gnar. So, once you get past a couple of levels, it's probably going to get pushed around a little bit, but we don't really know what to make of Aniki just yet. So we'll need to see how he manages a potentially tough matchup as the lane develops. Going into the second round of bans, the QQR Corki special removed, though of course that could go down to Spark just as easily. We're expecting QQR to take that Syndra, though of course it technically is flexible. I'm wondering if we're just going to see a Spark Ash or another classic pick for this guy come through. But I don't know, Zoe. If you're kind of trying to build out the rest of this comp for Bottom Friends, like I'm looking for a standard front to back. Do you have a different idea? Is there any pick you think is best to sort them out this game?
No, I think Ash does a lot of good work here, especially into the Viego. Wants to get in those fights, control those fights. Flows.
It's very true.
Pretty disgusting. You can also potentially cancel out an Ornn ultimate coming through with that arrow, right? Just a very flexible tool. Gives you a little bit of pick as well if you want to play around this Syndra Skarner mid jungle, right? Not too shabby. I know you said a lot of Skarner's damage has been taken out of his kit as of recent, but still not too shabby in those early duels as well. Get a lot going around these early dragons. So yeah, I would like to see an Ash picked up here for Spark.
Second round bans continuing here. The Rakan, the last ban for Rise. The Victor and the Orianna denied by Broad and Friends. So trying to take away some of those classic mages and those decent mage matchups into the Syndra for BB Muffin. This is a name again that is very experienced and has been around for we're talking 5 to 10 years now when we talk BB Muffin. This guy has been around for longer than most, if not maybe anyone else in this lobby, and that is saying something. This guy's a very, very OG name in the scene. The Rise has been locked in again. We saw it last time as a very serviceable mage in the answer. A little shorter range than the Syndra, in the trade, so maybe a little bit of threat there, but ultimately you're building the Rod of Ages, you're Seraphing, you're looking to scale up a little bit anyway, right? You're probably not going to be putting yourself in too much danger there.
It does set you up very nicely with this Viego as well. They've got that point and click route coming through to confirm that stun. We see Rel picked up here for Broad and Friends. So fitting the theme of the front to back even further. The immobile carry of Rise, right? It does have a lot of move speed, doesn't have the dash to get away from that Magnet Storm. Round out here, as I said, the Ashe is here. I wouldn't like to see the Zeri. It's a bit of a Spark classic, but not too strong into the Rise.
Yeah, not seeing that too much these days.
I've been scarred by tier 1 where this would be an MF every single time.
Oh, no way.
Oh, I knew it!
No shot.
I knew it! I knew that it was going to be
He
the
tried to
MF
trauma
here.
dump on us and summoned the nightmare straight onto the draft. That is tough. Okay, the final answer was Braum paired up with the Tristana, but talk to us about this MF block. So why has it just given you an episode on the draft?
Because, right, I get it in this composition. The reason I was thinking it is because you've got the most setup right here for the MF. This is exactly the kind of game where you think the MF is going to be good, and potentially it will be. But I've just seen so many MFs recently, of some total of no times onto any champions because they're just getting chased around. When you've got a Rise, when you've got yourself this Viego and the Tristana, they can all get involved and try to stop this MF from being able to ult. It is the right kind of game for Spark to be able to do it, and if he is if he's going to be in a good spot in this game, it's great. It's such a risk because you're so immobile and you're so squishy in this game.
Yeah, there was just no hesitation for the Braum to come in as the answer as well for Nemini, which obviously does have a great way to deal with it. The Ornn does. The Viego can threaten even the Tristana ult, right? If you're in the lane 2v2, that has a great way of cancelling it.
So many ways to stop it.
Where do you pick your spot for Spark is going to be the question. And how well can the team set him up for that play? Because they do have, the Syndra damage, and maybe, the Gnar doesn't do no damage, but it's not a high damage comp from Brother Friends, right? They kind of have two main carries, and if one of them isn't going to be able to do any damage because the ult has just been nullified, then I don't know who's killing the Ornn. I don't know who's killing even the Rise or the Braum. These aren't soft targets necessarily to work through. So could be tricky for Bronze. A lot of onus on them, I think, to execute well. And for Rise Gaming, Zoe, I guess we're just waiting to see how this pairs together, right? Because this is a completely new formula. It's a completely new stack. In terms of what they've built as a composition, do you feel like they've given themselves something easy to play into this Broad and Friends comp, or is there a bit more of a burden on them?
I mean, I think they're going to have a decent time on side, right? They've got Rise, they've got Trist. They've also got pretty strong team fighting on coming through. You got Braum, and we talked about Braum's inherent power into Broad and Friends team comp. I think I do favor Rise's comp here, just about.
Bloxer, are you in agreement? You think Rise have got the one in the draft right now?
I think Broad and Friends are a good enough team to make this kind of composition work, and the way that these wombo combo comps can pop off, like, I think they're in a good enough spot. I would favor Broad and Friends, but it's very slight, and I don't like the MF.
Yeah, we know. We got that, buddy. Yeah, we got a sense of how you feel about the MF. We're going to go to a quick break for now. We'll be back with Frisky and Mila to cast out game number 2 in just a moment. So don't go anywhere, guys.
And we're back with, of course, Translucent Frisky, because that's just
That's how I want
how
it
we
started.
roll.
How I got it. I love that just kind of grid look I've got going on.
Yeah,
now.
no, I think it suits you very well. Like this color and everything, chef's kiss. But let's not get into looks too much, as we've already had that topic before. Let's talk about what's happening on the Rift, because the chat, you know, people are comparing this matchup with their parents splitting up, you know, old broad versus new broad. Like, feelings have been hurt. Enemies to lovers storylines have been written. What do we expect gameplay-wise with these two drafts? The MF is a bit of a question mark, at least for Bloxer. I know that much, but how do you feel about these drafts?
This is like coming home for Christmas and you haven't seen your dad in a while and he got his new girlfriend there and you don't know what to talk, and then they got the stepkids, and it's a big awkward family reunion. It's coming a bit earlier than maybe it expected. But yeah, it's literally old 9th place broad versus new didn't do super well in playoffs broad kind of put together. So it's going to be a kind of an interesting mishmash. I guess they were just for them, and kind of all the players split up and went in different directions. But Rise has Sin. I mean, they're probably their best player on the split. Yeah, I'd probably say he was the best player on the split. I mean, he was probably the best ADC here besides Rhythm, so he's definitely going to be the one to look out for. I mean, you got two pretty standard comps here, but as kind of Max referred to, the MF pick makes a little sense, but I don't think it makes sense when you didn't have Braum up yet, because now the Braum is just going to be able to negate things so much for them, and they're re-engaged. Call of the Forge God gets on the MF. One reset from the Viego right in the middle of the fight is going to make things hard. Obviously, Braum has multiple ways of dealing with the MF. I think they have to get a lead early on to kind of poke away. That would help Broad and Friends.
Yeah, definitely. I think Trizzy, for me, also a bit of a player to watch here for the side of Rise, especially with a playmaking champ like Viego, who obviously needs his resets, but at the same time, I feel like, once he gets them, he's the main character here. We have seen the amount of work Tristana can do. We've also seen it last game, even though it took some time for, the champion to get there. And you mentioned Sin as one of the key players, maybe. So I think them together, they can put in a lot of work, as we can see some early shenanigans here, possibly. They're looking to...
He was on TikTok or something. Wasn't paying attention.
Sometimes you just gotta watch some TikTok, get some scrolling in, for the attention span. You know how it works.
Yeah. League players, they don't have the largest attention span.
Happens to the best of us. But so far, so good. No early shenanigans, just a few wards being placed. Another question that was kind of posed in the draft as well is like Skarner. Skarner has had his fair amount of reworks. Some people say useless, we don't need to play it anymore, but it does have quite the huge amount of prio in picks and bans still across the globe, across all ERLs as well. What's your personal take on that?
I'm kind of in line with that. I mean, I'm not always in line with what I think the meta is going with. I'm famously, I don't think she is as much now, but I've famously said that I think Kalista a couple patches ago was the most overrated champion in the game, and I still stand by that standpoint. But I think Skarner still has a lot of use. I think he's still pretty tanky. I don't think he does as much damage as he kind of once did, but he can still get in the back of team fights. Impale can still, absolutely change the dynamic of a team fight. He certainly needs some other stuff to be helpful. It's not just like the dog where he can just kind of run around aimlessly without doing anything. But mostly he's got a good team that kind of supports Skarner getting in the backline. MF can keep the keep the people away, can disengage really well. Obviously Gnar can get in on the backline as well. And if the Braum doesn't do anything, or if the MF ult doesn't get interrupted, Time can do a great job in controlling the front. So it's kind of all there for the Skarner to work with. It's just how can Broad execute it from there.
Yeah, definitely. As we can see, Akkar's already putting in some work, but nothing too crazy yet. And we can already see that, at least in these early moments on bot lane, they're trying to get some push out there, Broad. But at the same time, you already kind of have to respect the fact that the Braum is a very strong frontline here for you, Tristana. It's going to be very interesting. Also, very interesting to see where these junglers want to go. Do you want to play towards bot lane here, as it looks kind of like Pop at least is going to find some vision, go for the scuttle crab? Or do you maybe even want to get your mid laners ahead a little more?
It's going to be kind of interesting. I would feel like I'd want the Viego to kind of not pull the gun down too early and just kind of sit and farm. Skarner can maybe have a little bit more priority on the map, but I mean, what, you got a tank, you got 2 disengage happy champions in the bot lane, and then it's really only, I don't even know how a Ryze can push an MF, or not an MF, push a Syndra in without like the Syndra literally doing nothing and letting him push in. So it's gonna be kind of hard for the Skarner to do a lot. I think it's just gonna be a let's wait for an objective to spawn. Let's see how we can do in the fights. I mean, if they get on top of the Viego early on, if the Pale is up for them, I think BNF can have a little bit of an early advantage. We'll see, though.
Drizzy getting spotted here by this very nicely placed ward. Arcus put it there when he went for the first chunk on the turret. So they do have some great info now about where enemy jungler is. But with Pop also being towards his topside jungle, I don't think there's a lot of action that we expect here. I think both of these junglers really, gain a lot of potential when they hit their level 6. So that's where I would expect the first action to come from. But we can see some action here on bot side as Sin was chunked out just a little bit, but manages to, put down a bomb of himself and therefore kind of equalizes the whole situation a bit. Drizzy looking for the play here. Very nice flash coming out, but the scatter connected, and now Pop going for a quick turnaround. Very nice drift there. Manages to keep his mid lane alive here.
A lot is going on early on, but nothing settled in yet. We're almost just kind of waiting for more craziness to happen on what we were used to for the last 40 minutes. So we're almost just waiting. You're like, why? Like, it's not 90 kills yet. What's happening? This game is really slow. No, this is just how normal League of Legends played. It's just some trades. Can you get people off of things? Can you secure the dragon a little bit more? At least no deaths have happened yet. So hopefully we get a little bit more of a relaxed experience. But knowing this is 4 nations, doubt that's going to happen.
This almost feels like the LCK now after that first game that we watched. But yeah, you said it.
Another 20 minutes of no kills and it'll feel like that.
Yeah, 100%. We've been there as we're watching Sin on his way back to the lane. Has been falling behind just a tiny little bit in CS, but nothing that really has an impact here at this point. First Drake and first set of Void Grubs both up. We can see that Pop is very actively working towards this first set of Grubbies. And it doesn't look like Drizzy wants to go for the immediate Drake trade here. But with Nemini putting down a little bit of vision, maybe that's where Drizzy is going to go now. As they realize the Grubbies are almost gone at this point. So it makes sense to just go for the Drake instead and call it a day for now.
I like how you call them Grubbies. I like how everybody has like different words for different creatures. Like I still sometimes call the chickens I still call them the wraiths sometimes. I don't even know if I can. I don't think I can say this word on podcast, but I'll call the scuttle bug scuttle F word. So
makes sense. Makes sense. Okay.
All little things for that. Yeah, unsurprising. Bullet time.
I mean, I love that. That's what I do when I play MF, trying to steal that Drake, but we're now seeing a very nice engage here. First Blood going over to Drizzy, manages to pick up the reset as well as Pop has to kind of make it out here. We even get Remy's ultimate, so they invest a lot for this one kill. And, I mean, they get Drake, they get the kill, but kind of at what cost, as they have used some stuff right there. But yeah, picking up on your point, as we can see Remy trying to bully QQR here a little bit. In German, there's like several names for them. So some call them Goobies, which I think is ridiculous. Goobies.
That's the name.
I hate it. Then Kevins, and also a very nice German name, Jens. So if there's several Jens, it's Jense. But I think that's horrible. Yeah, Jens. Jens is a very common German name. Kevin, I picked it up from the Spanish league, from the LVP. They called it Kevins in the beginning, but I don't know. But I think it's funny how everyone knows what we're talking about, even though everyone uses a different word to talk about the exact same thing. It's crazy.
My friends used to call the Rift Herald the president because when Shelly was moving, you'd be like, protect the president, protect the president. It was always funny.
I mean, makes sense. You want to protect Shelly. You also
Yeah,
want
you
her
do,
to
yeah.
dance if you can. So you go.
Yeah, that's a rare thing. Certainly, maybe you don't put all your eggs into wanting Shelly to dance, but you never know. It happens. Oh,
All
that's
right.
one
Oh.
stun, and it's gonna be two.
I mean, you
ultimates
get out the
use.
ultimate.
Yeah.
You have to, but in the end, you have to commit at least 2 ultimates in order to kill Remy here. So those are 2 very important ultimates being gone for the time being. Let's see if they can capitalize off that. Maybe Trizzy is there trying to pick up the wave. Not really
No
anything
ultimate either.
more.
So it's going to be a bit of a slow time for DNF. I mean, they can kind of wait for Dragon. They're probably going to have to give the rest of the grubs, but not a ton they want to fight for. Anyhow, it's kind of just become a slower waiting game right now. Which team is just going to kind of ready up first and get a catch before we're both going to be ready for our big 5v5 team fights, which is both what comps are built for.
But apart from these, like, catches that we have seen so far, there's not really a lot going on. It seems like both of these teams really want to play it slow, try to put their specific carries in a good position in order to not fall behind early on. Especially both MF and also Tristana profit massively from their item spikes. So for the MF, you would, of course, expect the Bloodthirster here. And Tristana, we saw last game with the Yunta. So maybe that's where they're going this game as well, as we now can see a lane swap happening, which makes sense as the second set of Void Grubs is about to spawn. And this just shows that both of these teams are really interested in possibly contesting that.
Nice that we get a much slower game, because I think you and I are both pretty gassed from the insanity from before. So just being able to be kind of chilling and just be like, oh, let's take a look at the itemization. We can actually kind of focus on that, or the lane swaps going. You know, what pressure do they want to put on? Does Broad want to go for this kill right now? Yes, they do.
Yeah, looks really good. Flashes are flying left, front, and center, but no kills at this point as Rise make it out alive for the moment, but now Trizzy is in the area as well, kind of hiding in the bushes here. Spotted now on the ward.
Want to do that.
Let's see if they can manage to go in there. They do have a decent push in mid lane, and it looks as if Broad and friends have to respect it just a little bit. Yes, their wave state looks good on top lane, but how much is that actually worth? Not really a good angle here for Rise to actually go in and contest, but do you really want to give up 6 grubs here? That sounds wrong to me. Scatter the Weak connects here onto Remy, who has the flash, manages to just get out, even though QQR throws in the entire ultimate. But that's 6 Void Grubs for Broad and friends.
Yeah, no Ludens yet on the Syndra, so Unleash Power isn't going to do as much as you think, but once you get Ludens in level, be much more detrimental with that ultimate. But they do the smart thing in just kind of delaying any response from Broad and friends by getting a catch on Remy in the mid lane. But I don't know, I feel like they could have had more time to set up a fight for grubs. You're right that they certainly don't want to give away 6, and at times it looked like that Broad was going to have the better positioning the entire time, but I feel like Rise had lots of opportunities to, kind of put some pressure on them, maybe even get a catch. They're trying to counter with the Dragon right now, but a Braum and a Viego can do pretty well at catching. I know Skarner isn't the easiest champion to kill, but this was pre him getting this Heartsteel now it's going to be even harder to kill. I feel like they're playing a little bit too slow, and maybe they're giving Broad a little bit too much.
They're definitely giving them a lot of space, but dragon stacking is not to be underestimated as well. I've recently had the chance to talk to the SK Gaming LEC team, and basically what they told me was like, early in the season or early in the split, a lot of teams play around these Grubbies, and later on they realize that dragon stacking is so much stronger, as we now see another engage happening here underneath the turret, as Nemini has to be a little bit careful, steps a bit too far forward, and now Trizzy has to run as well. We do get Sin's ultimate here in order to kind of clear the air as they flash forward, but Pog just misses the ultimate, and Sin is very, very mobile, and this might be part of the problem that Broad and friends have to face. in this game, as we now see a nice bullet time over the wall. They managed to pick up one more kill. Remy is down, and now Trizzy has to be careful. Still has the flash, but now 4 members of Broad and Friends committed for this play here. And they do want to look to maybe play this underneath the turret. Remember, Pog, no ultimate here. And now Nemina is back in lane as well, but they're getting bullied here. No chance for them to pick up any waves underneath the turret, and this could be a worst case scenario. Glacier Fisher trying to buy some space here, manages to do exactly that, but they're losing at least 1 wave, and Sparks should be able to pick up another one and at least go for a plating shortly before they have fallen off. So this is not great for Sin at all.
Well, there you go, Max. That is how you use the MF ultimate well. Clearly, it came in useful. I mean, I was thinking for a second, I mean, you put a lot of emphasis on the Braum. Is it going to do anything? But I kind of wish we could replay that fight, as I wanted to see how it necessarily started. But it's exactly what you want from the MF. I mean, you just kind of sneak her behind a wall, get somebody, you know, diving in on your team a little bit too much. Viego's obviously going to be one to do that. And then just kind of shoot them away, and it worked out perfectly, and it's going to get them feasts. Couldn't get too much more off of it, but the fact that they were able just to overpressure and get this turret securing the feast of strike right off the bat, this is going to help Broad a lot as the game goes on.
Yeah, and they're definitely looking to continue with that side lane threat, as well, as the 6 void grabs only really work if you're able to play from ahead, if you're able to attack these turrets. And I think so far they've shown that this is exactly the goal they're working towards. But again, even the dragon stacking can have a huge impact later on as well. So we're nowhere near counting Rise out here, as Pog is kind of looking for an angle over the wall. But Aniki manages to stay alive.
Chemtech on Viego can be insane. Just the tenacity that it brings you, I think, can be a lot, and it makes that champion a lot harder to deal with. So like I said, yeah, the dragons are always going to be what you're focusing on. I always think they're still an underrated aspect. Like you said, that what SK Gaming people said, that maybe the focus doesn't always need to be on the grubs and it can be on the dragons instead. I think a lot of the teams, especially some of the teams I've coached, aren't always like as good at you know, fighting around the grubs, and obviously it's still something you work on. But in games, if it's not, you're not perfect with it, it's still a better idea to kind of focus on the dragons. Staying around the grubs,
that
like
was
here,
a bit far forward here by Trizzy. Getting picked up again, Glacier Fisher buying room. At least they managed to knock up Sparky on the backline, but how much can they actually get out of it? It's a big shutdown for Trizzy, but he's going down at the same time, and now it's a shutdown going over to Spark. Nice ultimate from Remy coming out here to try and save himself and the rest of the team, but Akers manages to pick up the kill onto Sin, who also lost his ultimate, his barrier, and his flash, which makes it so much harder for him once he comes back towards the map. And now we can see the 6 void grubs at work once again, picking up the next turret here in mid lane, and Rise so far have really been falling behind.
This Viego has not figured out what it is doing in this game right now. I mean, just another play where you're too far forward into a team with a ton of CC, and, you know, a team that can chunk you relatively well and stack its CC relatively well. I don't know what they're expecting it to do. You really need the Viego to be kind of working on, you know, catches with somebody else. And, you know, right now, Rise is in a position where they need to be a little bit more safe. They obviously have less space on the map. Broad is doing a really good job at taking that. Akers has done a good job here TPing to the bot, securing that space for Dragon, because obviously they want to nip the idea of Rise getting any closer to Soul in the bud as quickly as possible. It's going to make things a lot harder for them. They have not had any cohesion of what they wanted to do with this team comp. Broad has been way more structured in making sure that they get the objectives they need. They got the grubs, they used them well, and they're getting the catches as well as they can. MF ult, Max is still probably saying, well, look at that MF ult, it wasn't that good. Somewhat true. She was still able to get 2 kills, but it did enough for now, and it's going to be enough for them to get this drag.
Yeah, Bloxer definitely hate watching this game right now. And I do love the Broad and Friends commentary in chat, and them being like, this is like Return of the Sith. And I mean, Broad surely has the high ground in this situation, at least so far, as at least Rise are trying to go for a bit of a cross-map play here, trading the Drake for the Herald. I mean, this is the least you can get. Maybe you can use this Herald to actually put some pressure on Broad and Friends, who have been doing a great job, not only in this bot lane, but also in mid lane, picking up that tier 1 turret that makes it so much easier for you to actually play around the map. They are now getting out Aniki's TP here, and it's enough for them. They don't even want to play for the push. They get the TP and they call it a day. And so far, Broad are doing a really good job as well, knowing their limits.
FYI, even though you did reference the right movie, the Star Wars fans are still going to be mad at you for getting the name, saying Return of the Sith instead of Revenge of the Sith. So hopefully
Revenge
Twitter...
of the Sith. You know, it's been a while. I'm sorry.
No, I'm fine with it. But like, I'm just worried
okay.
about Twitter. Yeah, hopefully they don't get too mad at that. The high ground joke worked well, though. You got the right movie. We're thinking the right line.
Of course, I got the right movie.
Yeah.
But you know what I also really liked, just to feed into it a little more, I did really like Clone Wars, and I watched every episode. And there are some who are skip-worthy, but overall, if you're a Star Wars fan and you haven't watched Clone Wars, you're missing out. Like, watch it.
I watched it when I was a kid. I don't super remember. I remember liking it. I just don't remember everything about it.
Did you watch it till the end? Like, did you watch the last seasons as well when they came out?
I don't remember. I mean, this
you have to. They're so good. Like, especially the last few episodes, man, I cried. Like, ooh, crazy. So good.
I've fallen away from Star Wars. I mean, Disney just put out so much that I don't know. I just focused on other of my favorite TV shows getting ruined. Shout out to Doctor Who. We can also shout out Actors right here because he's dying.
Yeah, definitely dying. We do get an ultimate from Remy here as well as Trizzy getting the reset. And I mean, it's nice that you're getting these resets for him because that's what he profits of most. But so far, he hasn't really been able to fulfill the carry potential that Ryze need in order to find that comeback angle into the game. Because we're 20 minutes in, there is a slight gold lead towards Broad and Friends, but as we've seen last game, Tristana scales extremely well. And I can see an angle where Trizzy getting more of these resets, getting more of the items that actually matter, they'll be able to carry and take over the game again. But it's a bit rough.
It could certainly be a scenario like last game where if they, try to win the game a little bit too early, you've got champions like Viego and Tristana that can absolutely punish you for that. I mean, they're going to make it harder right now if they keep capitalizing on people being a little bit too pushed up on the map because Remy's now passed away. Speaking of... He went in the loop. I was confused. I don't know if he went the wrong way for a second, but he at least got it the right way. They'll get the turret for this. Maybe Akers can stop it, or maybe he'll die again.
Akers definitely looking here as they're getting back into the Herald, trying to buy some space and maybe buy some time, but Sin and Nemenai are really on the wrong side here as they're getting scattered. And Sin is going down. Spark is on a killing spree. 3-0 now on this MF, and she profits from these kills massively as Nemenai now also being picked up, make it a double. And I hate to tell you, Bloxer, but this MF, she's working wonders.
I mean, a great double kill for the MF. I mean, prepare for trouble and making it double right there. That one was good. I think that reference was good. I hope people got it. I mean, now it just gets really hard for Ryze. This Viego is meant to work well on the resets, but you don't have enough people around him to kind of make the resets happen. I mean, not a ton of damage. I mean, you're right that the Tristana and the Ryze are going to scale, but right now, all that money is on the Viego. Unless they get like a couple lucky resets, he can work well from that. The other people are going to need some gold, and they're going to be able to do anything in these team fights. And as you can see, the MF is working really well. Their catch potential right now on Broad is incredible. Syndra Scatter of the Week, Rel being able to jump on you, Skarner never seemingly be able to stop running at you. As soon as they get one little split in the team fight, Ryze is completely done, and we'll see what they can do with this Ocean Drake, but it's just going to get harder and harder.
The good news for Ryze is if they manage to kill off some of these enemies, they will get some gold from that in order to, kind of make it to a more even spot here as Trizzy manages to pick up the Scuttle Crab, but now has to be careful hiding in his own shadow here just a little bit. With the vision being cleared, it makes it really, really hard for Ryze to actually move into the river. They do have the Scuttle Crab, that's the good news. They do have a ward in Tribush as well. But it is still Broad who are in a bit of an easier position here just for the time being, as they are now looking to make a play on mid lane. Scatter connects again, but only onto the Ornn. It's a good news for Ryze. Sin stays mobile. It's the mobility that makes this champion so important as well. Being able to jump in and out when needed. But for the second, it's Broad first at the Drake.
super split right now on the side of Rise. They're not really sure who to look for, who to go in on. If Broad can see the fact that there's some people isolated, they can capitalize.
Oh, and we get the call of the Forge God coming out, hitting several members, but where's the follow-up damage? We do have Remy on the side. The Trizzler
That's a
gets
reset.
one of the kills. There's a reset and a shutdown. Who manages to get the Drake? It's the blue team. But we do get the bullet time, but you're stuck in your old animation, and this is where Bloxer shines, and he says, I told you so. This is the issue. You're standing around and you're getting picked up. What a clean play. You give up the Drake, but you win the fight, and you do also possibly get the Atakan with the revive buff here for Rise.
Oh, no, Broad. That is not how you get the Drake. I mean, they were all split and circled around them, Rise, like buzzards. I mean, it was so easy for them to capitalize. Gotta give Aniki some great credit. Great call of the Forge God, an excellent headbutt that gets 3 people knocked up and pretty much made it a slam dunk for this fight to be a success. Yes, they still get the dragon, but obviously Rise still has 2 dragons here, and they're gonna get a lot from this Otacon. As long as Trizzy does not die, it's low enough where things should be okay. Nobody's really going to be able to contest it. But yeah, Broad absolutely needed to use the fact that they were had a little bit more control of that Dragon Pit, the fact that Rise were a bit split off, go in, get a catch, burn a couple things to get said catch, but it secures you the dragon, and then you can back off and have a nice cup of tea instead of worrying about what's going to happen. But that 5-for-0, that splits everything up and almost makes it thrown into Rise's favor. And they can absolutely be a little bit aggressive now. Let's see what they do with this Voracious Otacon.
I mean, they are in the gold lead now as well, and we haven't mentioned yet, but obviously you also get the Ornn updates at some point, and we can already see the Junta is here for Sin being updated, so that's big. That will actually make a difference. Also, Lord Dominic's completed now as well, which makes it a bit easier.
You're gonna have a lot of shredding on the side of this Tristana. We're about to see it right here. If this Rel can go down really quick.
Oh my god!
Yes!
Holy cow! Dude popped like a bubble. Zeta definitely being deleted there, and Pop has to be a bit careful now moving in towards this Baron. Definitely wants to go for a steal angle here, but they do have the revive Atakan. They can full send this play, as we can get a single ultimate here just hitting the Ornn as they turn away from the Baron. TP coming in from Remy on the side as well. And they don't have to hard commit for anything here, as we can see. They're moving forward, they're going in, and they want to play this. Gotta connect again, but we do get a very nice ultimate into the wall here. Bullet Time doing some work, but it's just not enough to go for the kills. We do get some revives out here, as they have to hard commit to make this worthwhile. And it's just Trizzy, Remy, and Sin staying alive. Sin picking up the killing spree. But they do manage to get out some of these Atakan withdrawals, and maybe that's the good news here for Broad and Friends.
That was an interesting choice. I mean, I understand the aggressiveness when you have, what's it called?
The revive?
The revive, yes. You have a little bit of the aggressiveness there, but I just don't think Broad was in a position to, try to do anything from that. I mean, they got in the exact position that Rise wanted, or Rise didn't want, which is that kind of tight positioning that lets Rel and Syndra and, of course, the MF go to work. But with a Voracious Otacon on, it's just not going to help them that much. Now they're instantly revived. Your skill, Skarner, is still down. There's not a whole lot that can be done. I think it's just a little bit risky. They needed to play a little bit safer, and I think they wanted to try to get this Baron done, and they've at least delayed it a bit, but...
This is not where you want to get caught out in the river. Obviously manages to buy some time. You even get out the Glacial Fissure here in order to kill off this support. But, dead is dead. And they can look to maybe go for even more here, as Pog is now moving in as well. Very nice Scatter once more. QQR really having a nice game here, trying to make it work as much as possible. But at this point, I feel like we're back to a similar spot that we were in last game, where it's just like, who actually is leading here? Akers has to pull out the ultimate, goes down anyways. Trizzy manages to get another reset, and with the call of the Forge God, they can re-engage, find the kill on QQR on the side, and they are just moving forward now. Trizzy dominating 8-1 on this playmaking champion here on the Viego. And this has been snowballing out of control for Rise. Who got the high ground now?
Sin has finally said, you know what, my old team, they probably think they're doing well against me because I hadn't done a lot. No, it is my time right now. I shall defeat you. I shall show you why I moved to this team. It is because we have a better chance of winning. It is because we're going to win right now. It doesn't look like anything is going to stop Rise from winning this game.
Very nice Magnet Storm. Nice try once again to buy some time here by Zeta. But there's so much more time left on the rest of the team to come back up. And there's no way they can manage it. It's the ace. And in the end, it's the game for Rise. And I think we have one analyst who's really, really happy right now that MF is actually not winning in the UKEL. MF is actually useless here. At least that's what it looks like so far. Crazy game.
Crazy game in the end. Because I was so kind of taken aback at some of Broad's mistakes that I was just kind of disappeared off into the wilderness. Nothing is left with me, unfortunately. I don't know where I went. But, I mean, it kind of looked like it was going to go in Broad's favor early on. But, you know, those two dragons that Rise were able to take really helped them out. And then just one bad play, one bad fight that Rise were able to capital on, get the couple of Viego resets. You know, Viego still had a lot of money on him. We were waiting for him to just reset. That allowed Sin to get a couple kills, and that was all that was needed.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very strong showing here from Rise. But at the same time, I think also positive takeaways, obviously, for Broad and Friends here. But that's it from us, at least for the time being. You're back, but
as we go,
we're going to a break now, and then we'll throw it back to the analyst desk. Thank you guys so much for joining us for the first two games, but stay tuned because there's more to come with different people.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love. Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions.
Hello and welcome here, everyone. We are excited to be underway with the second half of this day, and you know it's going to be chaotic. We already had some chaos to begin with. Opening games have already gone one way or another, depending if you're a fan of the winners or not. It was a blast to watch. My name is Orbital. I'll be here as a host for this test for the second set of games, and of course we have Frisky now on the desk with Casual Cutie to join us as well from the previous desk. How are we feeling after those earlier games as we got coming up Belfast Storm and Paragon up on the deck?
I need a nap.
We both.
I
we
figured that
all
was
do.
going to be it. I figured that was going to be it, but
I mean, I'm not too unhappy. I mean, what a way to start the first game of the season. Just pure, utter insanity all across. I mean, if anything, a great, seeming upset as well. I mean, the new Division 2 in Quick team taking a win against second place. I almost said 200 bandits, but it's not 200. It's an unnamed amount of bandits now. 2 million bandits we may be. But the bandits, in an insane game that would make any coach, including myself, scratch their head. But it came out in Quick's favor. And then Broad and Friends with their new/old kind of mixed up lineup, try to get things going, and they immediately started against their former bot laner Sin and Rise Gaming, and Rise, kind of struggled in the early part, but looked pretty convincing by the end, and showed that maybe there'll be a split.
Yeah, two kind of wacky games. Well, we're very lucky that if you've watched the best podcasts ever released, shout out to Temporal, you would know that these next two teams are definitely not also a little bit wacky coming up against each other. We've got Paragon up against Belfast Storm, and I was actually lying. These two teams look a little bit insane.
I like how you say that, and yet the reason that the previous two matches felt so chaotic is because we weren't expecting them to be all over the place. I think that was one of the things that we were not prepped for, and now we come into this and we're preparing for chaotic. We're preparing for this this circus show to amaze us, and maybe we even get the opera. Maybe we just get a straight up enjoyable time. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, though, we got to take a look at the players that'll be gracing us here on the Rift today. It is Belfast Storm to come on out here. It is going to be Shadow, Tofu, Wicked, Fuyu, and Yamsu. These players will be hopefully holding it down here and bringing some new changes along the way.
Yeah, once again the second half of that lovers duo in the bot lane split apart when Brother and Friends took on Capital. Jamsu down here. Very excited to see how he interacts with his new team dynamic. Of course, Tofu as well. Lots of veteran names here on Belfast Storm.
Well, he looks like he
And on
just
the
woke up.
side,
It looks like they just kind of slapped him up and said, "All right, time for your picture." And he just woke out of bed and he's like, all right.
As the
It
person
does
who
not
had to
look
that's
super
that's me
happy
on a
with that.
regular day.
As the
I
person
mean,
who
that's
cut
all of
out
us on a
lot these
regular day.
headshots, I can neither confirm nor deny.
I love that fact. Well, we'll see if it's any better on the other side. Paragon, of course, going to be rounding it out for us just as well. We got Kenji, Fruity Carrots, Ketsuo, Dark Shadow, and Neotech. And Fruity Carrots and Neotech quite literally couldn't roll out of bed for their pictures.
Oh, I guess not. I mean, Dark Shadow, you'd expect him to be like one of the silhouettes instead, because that's fitting of his name. But instead, you got just 3 people, and then 2. I mean, maybe ChatGPT is good enough where it can play League of Legends now. You have jungler support roles that you need to think a lot. Maybe they thought we'll put some AIs in there. You can't really tell that they're playing, so we obviously don't want any headshots in there. But maybe that's the secret Paragon has coming into this.
If you've played with Fruity Carrots at all, or watched him play in either arena late night lobbies, or perhaps as a coach in his team, this player has come up with some ChatGPT builds before. I won't say if they're good or not, but I'm excited to see reunited on Paragon as well, off the Vikings, back on the main roster. And I'm interested to see how this new bot lane stacks up for them, right? Dark Shadow, Neotech, both new entrants into the league. We'll have to see what they pick in Champ Select as we head on through right now.
Yeah, of course, and that's kind of the fun here. So let's see what they do pick. We are going to have Paragon on the blue side, Belfast Storm on the red, and we already see some of these standard bans. I should say the Maokai, of course, rising in priority within that jungle role, but the Nefiri, Hover, and possible ban away is usually paired with that Gwen on that red side. It is an unfortunate current situation for anyone that is on red side, but if you leave one or the other open, it feels like your chances of winning tend to go down the drain.
Yeah, we saw how much that Doggy can do in game 1. Karina, masterful performance. Big reason for that int quick victory. Taken off the board here though by Belfast Storm.
I mean, the masterful performance of the dog is running at you and then being invulnerable for some reason.
Right.
Just,
Yeah, and
just
sometimes
some reason. That's why the phrase "stupid dog" I think still applies here. But they're also hovering on it a lot. I guess there's something to hover while they talk about some things. But it makes sense. I mean, the dog has to go. There isn't really that good of a matchup that you can kind of pick into it. I mean, I think the real secret to we got more champions. The real secret to the dog is killing said mini dogs with you, but that can still be just such a hard challenge, especially when a team fight is going on, and just a couple kills just makes her healing insane. So it's good she's taken away. Also, I need some explanation on the Riven being taken away. Is somebody's clearly a Riven one
Shadow
trick?
of Chains, part of the goofiness of these two squads. Riven one trick up in that top lane, not going to be able to play it this time. Varus locked in here on the B1. Surprised to see Lulu taken off the board as well. I know Giltek is very much an avid Lulu player. So yeah, once again, experiencing some difficulties with the draft. Answered out here by the Ezreal and Zyra.
Ooh, and the Ezreal and Zyra kind of makes sense in my opinion when you take a look at when you take a look at some of the lockdown that might already be coming out of Paragon. You want that safety factor. You want to be able to dive away there. The Gwen, as we mentioned, was banned away along with the Vi. So both Paragon and Belfast Storm identifying where they have to put their bans and place them. The Zyra though specifically, I like seeing it here because it does force kind of that engage to be taken away. No matter in the support or the jungle role, you sit there going, it's a Zyra. If you engage into a Zyra, you are going to have a bad day. So I like the safety being brought out here, the Ivern in the jungle to play.
I quite like this Ivern pick coming through. It's a Fruity Carrots classic coming out. One of the few champions that can match the clear speed of this Zyra in the early game. You wouldn't think Ivern's like that fast growing a champion, but he definitely is. Silas here, locked in for Quetzalo.
I mean, Silas early on is pretty interesting. You still haven't seen a ton on the side of Belfast Storm. I know it's a pretty high priority pick right now, and you're already going to get a ton of value from Stranglethorns. Obviously, now the Ivern as well, I think, is a great pick just to have stronger frontline Daisy being able to chase down. That seems like an immediate, like, full counter pick. Like, that's just meant to deal with the Silas. I actually don't even remember the last time I've seen Kiana in. Oh my god, when was the last time I saw Kiana in a game? So I could be a little bit lost on how strong she is right now. But you know, it's certainly you have that ability to have some AD with the P Zyra there, and it's just going to be, you know, kind of an aggressive, just a lot of damage team comp right now. It's wondering how they're going to narrow it out.
I mean, we mentioned it before, this mid lane is going to be explosive. A lot of the melee champions coming out here, which means it's a lot of death and a lot of gore when it comes to it. Now being matched in that bottom side, we can already see the supports both being denied here. The Braum and the Leona, these are great disengage and engage champions. Whenever you see the Braum taken away, it's just like, hey, look, we don't want that safety feature. And that immediately calls down to Paragon, hey, they're looking for the run-in now. They need something to move into a fight. Now, granted, when you see a Silas and an Ivern in a Varus, in my opinion, you don't need that much engage. Relatively, some of these characters will be moving into you on their own. But still, great idea to say, hey, take away the Leona, take away that hard CC factor. Now, do you dare to throw a third ban that way? That is my question. Do you wish to throw a third bot lane ban? And it is. So you ban away the Tom Kench away from Neotech.
Very interesting to see here. I mean, you've kind of slapped your cards on the table with this Kiana, right? Surprised. I mean, I guess champion pool, right? That's something that's important, needs to be considered. But I would have much rather seen a Yone here, right? So it's a very similar purpose. Has those game changing also, a little bit less lethal in the early game. But you can see with the Braum Tam Kench ban, you're playing this hyper aggressive style into an Ivern. Like, that's already bad. That's already bad. If you think you're going to have an easy time of it in the late game by double banning these defensive supports, brother, Paragon already has one.
The Zyra, I think, kind of complements then, because, I mean, the idea is, like, you get, heavy dive prevention, but the Zyra, just in general, you fight around, it's going to be doing so much damage. And they try to kind of go in an interesting direction by going straight for extra catch, especially in the name with the Nautilus, where, you know, I think Paragon are going in their direction more effectively, which is get some CC in the front line, get in on the back line, kind of do all things. I think Belfast Storm have a ton of damage right now, but I think they're going to need a little bit more front line just to be able to make every. You don't want Wicked just to go down in the middle of a team fight and immediately explode. You want to get the best use of this Kiana, and you're going to need some extra engage to make use of her ult as well as possible.
I think it's quite interesting here, like the composition coming out from Belfast Storm. Maybe there's gonna be a fifth pick here. It's gonna come out. It's gonna wow me. It's gonna blow my socks off. But I feel like it's pretty incohesive, right? Ezreal can support these champions diving forwards. Has obviously got that Arcane Barrage, but does generally want to be playing out these fights slow. Wants to be kiting backwards. Zyra also happy to play these fights slow. Happy to play backwards. But Kiana does need to be diving in. Very short range champion needs to be able to find these picks. Nautilus as well generally wants to be going forward to play that defensive role, but unless something really ties it up here on the R5, as I believe it has been locked in, it's unfortunately once again an issue. It is a Jace on that R5. Feels like I'm not too sure how I feel about this Belfast comp. Move the Kiana feels very cohesive to me, but otherwise, I don't know. It's like a big sore thumb.
I mean, you put like instead of the Kiana, if it was something like more poke heavy, then I think you'd have something interesting. You'd have a poke comp that can be spaced a bit back. You try to just kind of wear them down over time, and you don't let the Ivern get a ton of advantage right in the middle of the fight, shielding and having Daisy with you. But incohesive is a good word. I like the word mess as well, because I don't really know where they go with this. Like, are they do they want to split push? Do they really want a crazy team fight? Are they going to put all their stocks into the 1v1 on Wicked, which if it doesn't go well, you have a Silas with a ton of kills running around the map, making your life miserable? I mean, all Paragon needs to do is wait for a couple of them to engage, just, bonk them away with either Ornn or use the quickness on Rakan to get them all together, and then just, re-engage. And just Varus is always underrated with how much damage in the late game, and he'll just start shredding them.
One point I do want to point out is, if you excuse me, last point for me, I promise. Champions of Belfast Storm, they've got a lot of champions that like when you have a lot of gold, right? If they can get this snowball rolling in the early game, as you mentioned, with this Kiana, perhaps with this Ezreal, with this Jace, even though into an Ornn matchup, I don't know how much advantage you're going to be able to find there. These champions can put out some very, very, very big, very, very, very deadly numbers. So it's going to be on Paragon, I think, to play back with this Ivern that does come online once you get that one item. Spikes so early, but does need to reach that one item. Does need to reach that level 6 Daisy to be properly effective. It's going to be on Paragon to slow down this early game. We'll have to see if they can do it.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous factor, honestly. Paragon looking like the kings of engage, disengage, whatever they want to do. Belfast Storm, as you said, a little bit of a mixed pot everywhere, and if we have to call it, it can be a mess and everything, but we have seen messes synergize well when it's the players themselves piloting it, and we called it from the beginning. We said Belfast Storm are saying, hey, we want to play, a little bit chaotic. Paragon may not be matching it. At the end of the day, though, we hope Wicked has a good time there. So, final thoughts here. Depending on who takes this game, Frisky, who do you think is going to take this opening match for either team?
I think Belfast Storm has a lot of difficulty doing things early on. Obviously, they want to be kind of, somewhere where the Stranglethorns are going to do as much. As long as Paragon just do not throw their dragon or grub fights, I think it'll be Paragon all the way.
Casual Cutie, you in there the same?
Okay, so I did the smart thing. I did the smart analysis on the draft. Now I'm going to say what my heart feels, which is that Paragon will go behind in early game. We'll either have a game that looks unwinnable and make it winnable, or have a game that looks unlosable and make it losable. And unfortunately, their composition looks too good, so I have to give this game over to Belfast Storm.
Oh, so you're saying they're going to pull Broad and Friends is what I'm hearing. All right. Well, let's see if the casters think the exact same in there as we go ahead and welcome, of course, Harold Hamhen as well as W King as our casters. Please go ahead and take it away.
The Jersey Boys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in tonight. I am so ready to be here out of Div 2 prison and into some Div 1 games with Harold Hammond. How's it going, man?
It's going good. Could have been better. I feel like game 1 went better. We could have been better, but we moved, basically. Glad to be back on the show for another split. Glad that the powers that be chose that I was worthy enough to carry the weight once more.
Yeah, exactly. And now game 1 aside, game 2 aside, we're now in this game, Paragon. Excited to see these new rosters going through. And also with Belfast Storm, I mean, these teams have been changing up so much. We got a lot of new players in this, old players and everything. So for sure, this game, Is it? I hope it's gonna be like a game one angle. I want something scrappy. I want like another 80 kills. I just want a fighting nonstop Bond. I'm all about the action.
I mean, one of the things I was looking at the draft is like, Kenji not on a carry, like,
Yeah.
Is this have these players evolved? That is an egregious concept. Where's the
Yeah,
Camille? Where's the where's the where's the
the Kennen?
Jax?
Where's the
Yeah.
Kennen? Last time I saw him play was on a Kennen in the open qualifiers in this crazy team whose name shall not be named, and it was just it was just the ultimate game. I remember watching; they were losing. It was against in Quick too, the previous in Quick, and just Kenji came in with such a clutch play. They weren't able to win the game, but it was still awesome to watch. So we'll have to see what these guys bring in this game as we load up into this game one.
Game one with Belfast Storm on red side using that R5 to get themselves the Jace. Now, Jace is a weird matchup into the Ornn, as is into most tanks. Like, I'm gonna, if you'll allow me, I'll go into a bit of a rant.
Yeah,
about
please
this.
do. No, let me hear. I want to hear all about this. Go for it.
All right, so Jace is a really strong lane bully because of the metamorphosis and being able to just use 2 abilities at level 1, where you have your passive plus your melee Q plus your range Q, which means you get to bully out early lanes. Because prior to level 5, prior to level 6, you're basically just a better champion with more accessible to you in your kit.
For sure.
Ornn, but Jace struggles a lot into a lot of armor, and Ornn is very well known for just stacking it and just getting more items and just making it very annoying, which means it's on Shadow of Chains to make this laning phase as painful as possible for Kenji, where this Ornn, basically he has to make him drop XP, gold, and priority to make it work. So it will, I feel like it's going to come down to mechanics. Kenji, talking about him, great carry player, not as solid on the tanks, I feel like, but I guess we'll see. He was blind picking, so I do understand going for the Ornn angle. This game is going to be a question of where Shadow of Chains with the counter pick is able to edge out the lead as the Rivet one trick, as the desk was saying, to see whether they can back up the words of being this carry player that can just get the lead. As you see, trading in the bot lane, it's going to be the lethality poke Varus with the Comet, just fighting for priority in this early on, using the Hail of Arrows.
Speaking of early fighting, it looks like Kiana's already dropped the Ignite in this mid lane, so these guys are already showing a bit of action. I mean, look at these health bars. These guys have been scrapping back and forth.
Hold up, we drop an Ignite, and the Silas is more HP.
I mean, Conqueror. They both have Conqueror. I don't even know why these guys. I mean, I'm not sure.
I guess Silas technically had 2 pots because D-Ring is cheaper than D-Blade?
These guys. I mean, 2 farm on the Kiana too, so they've been struggling. But I mean, I don't know. I've seen some wacky Kiana plays on cast last week too. So if anything, like this champion list looked so good. It was in the support role too, where I was watching this Kiana, and it actually just carried the game. So I am ready to see what we can see Ketsuo.
I mean, I feel like Ketsuo is on his comfort though. You get to blind pick Silas and you get a melee matchup in the mid lane. Like, at that point, you're like, all right, cool. I get to live for free in the early game. This game, let's just make things happen. Ketsuo, of course, resident UK melee mid player, basically.
For sure. I mean, they're scrapping it out more. Look at this health bar dropping. I mean, Wicked should. I mean, they should be able to do something here. I mean, the Ignite is all halfway off cooldown, and you have to give some respect to like a player that's happy to just spam these low cooldown abilities like that to get them off. I mean, we see Fruity Carrots moving in here. I don't imagine we'll see anything too spicy going through in this bot lane. Yeah, as they just back out of there, and Ketsuo is going to TP to the mid lane.
See a little bit of a CS gap opening up in this top lane. Shadow of Chains using that range priority to just make the Ornn's life a little miserable, getting those grass procs in there, using that hyper to get this damage in with the triple auto. And Tofu's on this top side might look to punish Kenji.
Oh. I'm going to shove. It looks like Jamsu's caught out here. We'll take a lot of damage. They're blocking the hook. Meanwhile, top side, Kenji also in danger, but won't go for more. It looks like Jamsu was able to flash under that tower. Maybe Shadow of Chains will try and take one plate here, but I don't think Kenji's going to let that slide.
Yeah, I mean, proccing the Demolish at least, but I feel like they dropped he in Shadow Change dropped a few minions trying to get that wave in. Now the wave the farm is relatively even. The plate was not gathered, but it will be gathered probably on the next crash with such low HP on the turret. Oh no, the plate did drop. You can see it on the minimap. The plate did end up dropping. So just trying to use the pressure that this champion generates in the top side in these matchups to get ahead on an individual level, move it into those mid game fights. Likely going for that Black Cleaver first item, you kind of need it into these tanks. You cannot go for the Shojin rush that most Jace do in pro play, because even Jace in pro play does have to go for the cleaver into these tanks.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to want to do that for sure. We're getting a bit of an engage from Tech. A hook back from Jamsu. They want to fight this back. A knight drop from the shadows. They drop very, very low. Barrier used, but it looks like Ezreal will be able to pick this forward, flash this forward, gets the kill, and that's first blood.
Fuyu, decides that he's him. tanks the knockup, manages to buffer out of it to not guarantee the damage, and then just starts trading back into the Poke Varus. It's a Poke Varus. It has a comet. It doesn't have a really combat rune. While the Ezreal has pressed the attack. He just goes for the fight. And yeah, Ezreal, deceptively strong early game champion. I don't know if you saw that. There was a second in Fuyu's inventory. Instead of a Sheen, there was a Fated Ashes.
Thought about it. We thought about some creepy angle as we're looking at Wicked getting called out by Ketsuo. Fruitacari does not land the stun. Will flash for flash as Tofu's there to try and keep their mid lane alive. We'll do the same as they're going to trade back on the Ketsuo. Hook will not land from Jamsu. It looks like Ketsuo should be able to escape out of this as Tofu doesn't go back in. Ketsuo dashes forwards with the chains. And there is Neotech trying to tank up on this Rakan. And the kill goes over to Fruity Carrots. As Ivern... you know what? Tell me about this matchup in the jungle. Because Ivern into this Zyra is going to be an interesting farm-heavy matchup, right?
Well, yeah, Zyra, well-known champion for just power farming and just getting a lead through... Oh!
No,
they missed
they're not done yet! They're not done yet! Okay!
Finally! Fun!
Yes. We're trying to
as
talk
we
about
see
the game,
Ketsuo picking up one kill in the mid lane and another kill going in Fruity Carrots' back pocket. Paragon, the desk was saying it, they have the better draft, they have the more standard drafting of them, but better scaling. And, what is scaling in the hands of Ketsuo? Just winning lane.
I mean, Ketsu has some very nice ultimates to steal here, right? We saw the use of taking the Nautilus Depth Charge there. While most of this level 4, I can take your ultimate now, buddy. And he makes great use of it, and as this game goes through, I mean, he's going to have fun being able to stay that, take the Stranglethorns from Zyra. Like, there is a lot of opportunities for Ketsuo to show, their decision-making in these ultimate steals.
Jamsu and Wicked moving into this bot lane. They are on vision. Shadow is trying to hold behind as he gets the hook down.
Next, they are under tower. Supreme display of talent will stun them up, but they should be able to get out of this alive. As look at how low the health bar is. Fruity Carrots can shield one up if they need to. And they might try and bait them forward here. True Shot Barrage won't connect. As you know this Ezreal wants to jump in so bad. Hex Flash use. Hook connects onto Shadow, meaning that Jamsu will tank this tower up, but they don't have the damage as the bait worked out in the long run.
The Rakan Battle Dance Shield plus the barrier save Shadow from another death as Jamsu goes down. And now Fruity Carrots is here. Fuyu might be under threat. Shadow tries to line up the arrow, won't land. I feel like this game is kind of already in a very bad situation for Belfast Storm, where they're supposed to have all of these aggressive winning early lanes, and yeah. Yeah.
You were saying that?
You don't really get to have a winning lane anymore into a Catalyst of the Eons Silas completed with 4 stacks on his Dark Seal. I wonder if he will go for the book. I hope he goes for the book.
Does go for the hook, will connect, but it's onto the Rakan who dashes forward with the knockup. Chains of Corruption will connect as the burst is there. Is it enough? No, it's not. Fuyu surviving very, very low as Jamsu should be able to out-tank this. We'll have to see what Rakan has with their cooldowns if they go for more. Never mind, turns into the hook. These guys are trading on the edge of a knife. Here comes Daisy. Daisy's great, but Daisy won't be able to dive like that.
And meantime, Tofu is just free farming. There's already a 20 CS, almost a 20 CS difference opening up in the jungle. Yes, you have 2 kills on Fruity Carrots. Yes, you already have the boots completed, which means that you are just so much quicker on this clear anymore. But it will be neutral objectives traded. But again, this Paragon comp fighting into the Zyra grasping roots. later on, it gets really difficult to just navigate the fight. I would hope Tofu goes for something like a Rylai's afterwards, after completing the Leandries, because it kind of ruins any kind of kiting this Paragon comp wants to do in this in the late game team fights.
No, for sure. I mean, the range is just not there to kind of get away from this Zyra, so depending on what items they can even get for themselves, like, it does give them some kind of opportunity to really, really zone out Paragon once we get into these objective contests. As they did trade off the objectives 1-for-1, the kind of standard swap. 4 kills ready over to Paragon, as they will have just barely a 400, 300k gold lead going here. And Ivern being 2-0 is pretty nice, I gotta say that.
I mean, yeah, the gold lead basically comes from the kills, while like the reason why Belfast Storm are not behind in so much in gold right now is basically the farm difference we see in top lane and in the jungle, and in some level in bot lane. Like, there's a 10 CS gap between the Ornn and the Jace. There's a 20 CS gap between the Zyra and the Ivern, and there's 10 CS gap between the Varus and the Ezreal.
Yep.
You know, these little things end up mattering the later you go in the game. Ketsuo is fighting in the mid lane, but he's 1v3.
He flashed forward, got the hook. Katsuo will try to steal the ultimate, but it won't be enough to keep them alive. As Wicked gets their first kill of the game them right now.
Yeah, you need to kind of throw resources at this Kiana now, try to get her back into the game, because Katsuo will outscale. Like, the Sylas will just tend to outscale because of so many great ults available to him. Plus, with these new builds, after the Rod of Ages buffs, you get just more health once you complete the Catalyst of Eons. It's just really, really difficult to just scrap this Sylas as we see him getting back into the lane. Not full roll completed yet. You will use the DP to get back in, but as we see, Tofu is now bot side. There is plenty of vision on the side of Paragon, so I don't think it will be anything of value. Jamzu walking up, maybe looking for the flash hook. Flash is not available, so it will be just nothing. It will just be a vision contest from the side of Belfast Storm, as we see Katsuo shoving in the wave, going for a little bit of a roam, finds 2 wards, has the sweeper, will take them both. As we see the Shojin completed for the Jace instead of the Black Cleaver I was talking about earlier. I feel like that's a bit of a greedy first item. You know,
I mean,
kind of
in this game where he's not exactly completely zoning this Ornn out of this lane, right? So maybe that's why he's opting into this to like win out team fights instead. Like, you're not dominating this Ornn, so there's no point building the Black Cleaver. That might be the thought process they're going for, but I still see a big Black Cleaver angle, especially when you have champions like Ezreal and Kiana, who would love to have that additional shred. This Wicked gap actually looking to trade back heavily on the Katsuo. Both teams 3 for 3, goes under tower, gets hooked, CC'd, locked up, knocked up, but will be able to flash out of that one as they're going to try and trade onto Tofu, who will flash away. Does able to escape from this. And remind that, got knocked up by another stun, and Katsuo will be able to pick up that kill. As these teams are just slightly overstaying, it feels.
Yeah, the Ivern Q kind of went through a few bushes, a few invisibilities, and it ends up hitting Tofu, and that will be the kill going over to the side of Paragon. Again, no gold lead really opening up, but now Katsuo doesn't have that ultimate available. He cannot steal that Nautilus, so that was the last ultimate he stole, and it will just end up being nothing. Ezreal's about to complete his first item, I would assume. Yeah, probably gonna look to shove in this wave and reset and get the Trinity Force, as the Ghost Blade is also completed for the Varus.
Yep.
How do
you feel? Like, it feels like it's okay for Paragon. Like, the gold is now completely even, but they're having gold on the on the carries they want. They're slowly taking this game forward, and with Ornn just not heavily losing this top lane, I think they should be very happy with this game state, right? Silas just completed the Rod of the Ages now. We'll start stacking that up. It's slow, but it's okay. It's not completely bad for them as this game goes through to like the very long stages, I feel. But then again, Tofu Zyra could become incredibly scary if they get onto that 3 items.
I mean, the big thing is the fact that Paragon are more than happy to go later, because an Enchanter late game value when you have this Silas diving in is just going to be sky high. But, and again, you run into the issue for the side of Belfast Storm where is your front line? Where's the guy that can tank the possible engage from the Ornn, from the Rakan, from the Silas? Where is the person that can just be there and eat it, basically? You have the Nautilus, but Nautilus is tanky, yes, if he manages to get the CC down. If he's just engaged from outside of Fog of War, it kind of ends up being difficult.
Definitely, and there's no like, he can tank a few. He's got that big shield on the W, but that's it. Like this poke when it lands, it'll stick. And as the game goes on, like sure, I guess the only poke is really coming out from Shadow, but it hits like a truck. So we'll have to see how that goes through, and I think that will show a lot stronger once we get to these like 3rd and 4th dragon fights. 2nd dragon is likely gonna go over to Belfast Storm right here. I don't see any contests coming through. Which also does mean this is a perfect 2-2 split, right? 3 grubs for 3 grubs, 1 dragon for 1 dragon. So no team is even taking like a objective kind of stacking win condition right here. So very, very even game, I have to admit.
Yeah, currently the feats of monster slaying are 2 and 2, so which means I feel like we're gonna have a hard contest over the next Drake. Over the next Drake, or as we see a little bit of an all-in on the top side. Shadow Chain's forced to flash away from the Call of the Forge God. Kenji, good use of the ultimate to force that summoner from the Jace, which now means he's way more punishable from the drones. But as we see, Tofu is now in the bot side. A bit of a skirmish gonna start.
Onto Shadow. He has both sums available. Has used the flash, still has barrier, but they'll just focus down this Rakan instead, giving another kill over to Fuyu. This Ezreal is 2-0. So might be the secret gold stacker for this roster. They'll actually go for more, flashing to stun up Shadow, dropping very low. The redemption won't be there in time, but instead will get the kill, as they're going to have to try and escape. Kenji has since showed up into the bot lane. Ketsuo there too. Double TP's committed, and they're going to try and get as much gold off this as they can. Fuyu dashing over, escaping, but Fruity Carrot says no as they flash smite them themselves. And now Ketsuo will chase down Tofu for the final kill. But at what cost? Because look at these towers. They are getting robbed in the meanwhile.
So many skill shots missed, so many things gone awry. They end up getting the kills, but they lose 2 turrets. First turret would also go down for the side of Belfast Storm, and now it's just going to be a 1 objective game, because now both teams have completed a feat of strength. With the first turret taken from the side of Belfast Storm, and of course the 3 kills taken on early from Paragon, which means this Herald fight is either going to be the one of the many scraps we've seen all game at this point.
I think so too.
Or maybe we'll see something a little more controlled. They're gonna try and trade up for objectives, but as we see here, Paragon already starting the Herald. Kenji is there, Nyotok is there, Shadow is there. They're already 3 on it. Ezreal is moving to it, but Alpha Storm are late.
They're not gonna get there in time, and unless that True Shot Barrage magically seals it, I think it will definitely go over to the side of Paragon. So they'll very happily get the feats of strength there. And I wonder how they're feeling in this game, because after that trade bot side, they actually lost out in overall gold. Like, they're 8-4, they're 4 kills in head, but they're behind about 1,000 gold here, so they might not feel that 1,000 gold. They might think they're ahead, but in reality, they need to recognize that these guys, this Belfast Storm roster, they're a bit richer right now.
I mean, currently, Belfast Storm is just using the pressure that they have in these winning side lanes for now, and just getting as much gold as they can in this situation. But as we see here, Shadow of Chains, there will be an engage from Kenji. I feel like he could have pulled the ultimate with no flash on the Jace, tried to get a trade. The Rakan is already on that side, Fruity Carrot is also on that side. You don't really lack damage because Jace is not that tanky.
Yeah. Also, I wonder how...
Cats.
Or if that lands, he goes for it. I mean, he can just press the R button and try and chase them down. But this is an Ezreal. This guy will not be caught easily, right? So, yeah, there we go. They press the R button there. good, easy poke button, right? Can't dodge
Up
that.
you go.
Yeah.
As we see,
not from
there. The more I look at it, the more I think this there needs to be a Serpent Fang come through for the side of Belfast Storm. They have the champions for it, but they need it rather early, because a lot of this mid-game team fighting is where enchanters really shine, because you can't really chew through all the shields that they can apply. As we see, Wicked might be collapsed on here. Ketsuo going for it.
You're going to have to play this very smart to try and escape out of this. They actually have a TP coming through from Shadow, as they can use these Iron Bushes for extra kind of stealth. They will flash away from the knockup. Does get charmed, rooted. Shadow Chains, you may be there, but I don't think they can keep their buddy alive. Redemption will be used as a bit of damage, as this is a very slow burn kill to Fruity Carrots. Will actually take that out themselves. Meanwhile, on the mid side, dive under tower will get Shadow in return. So a bit of a 1-for-1 going in through here. I want to see if Kenji can try and use their own ultimate to clear this wave, but the tower will still get traded away.
I don't think Kenji can walk up. I think he might be in a bit of a pickle if he ends up going for it, but now the Call of the Forge God is not available. But the top side Death Squad is approaching. And as Rudy Cards tries to smite away a minion to get the root collar onto somebody, I think he smote the wrong minion.
I think it wasn't a cannon minion just had too much health, so it just half health the cannon minion instead. Like, but Herald will be dropped, so they can use that to get. I mean, not even get their first tower because that's not even enough damage yet. Yeah, these towers 4-0. Paragon has so much gold on this map; they're just not taking it.
Yeah, Paragon's comp does run into this issue where they almost have no siege power. You need this Varos to be there to try and just clear the waves from range with a charged up piercing arrow, and Ketsuo dies on the sideline.
Without even a fully stacked tier on this Jace as well, and that should be a free dragon going over them. And this is the slow dragon stacking that these teams are going to have. Right now, they're each on their second dragon once they get it. It's going to be a while till they get to the third and fourth, and Atakan will spawn bot side, so we got to keep an eye on that to see which team picks that one up in a bit.
Speaking of items, Serpent's Fang is already completed in the inventory of Wicked. He's already had it with his with his tree man showing up in his lane. There's so many of these damn shields. He's done of them. Just done. Don't want to see them anymore. Out of my league. Just good old fighting. I see health bar go down. That means I'm winning.
Yeah. Definitely. So, I like a bit of a brave support like this. They'll just step up looking for something. I mean, Wicked Gaps should just be able to run out of this one. The mobility is there, and look at this second item from Kiana. You asked for it, didn't you? And look what they built. They must have heard you, buddy.
I mean, I think in this team you have 3 possible people that can just build it. You have the Jace with the poke, you have the Kiana, of course, going for the lethality. You have an Ezreal that can definitely build a little more lethality in his kit, as you see here. Ketsuo and Shadow of the Chains, more training in the top side. Ketsuo is 2 levels down.
They lost the first 1v1, but they might not be brave enough to go for the second, as they have learned their lesson. I mean, there's also the entire rest of the roster of Belfast Storm there, hiding off into the jungle, so I don't see them going for more quite yet. Yeah, Paragon just not taking these towers seems to have really just lost them all control over this map. They just can't get anywhere moving, and they're slowly just bleeding out through this game. You can see these items being picked up by Zyra here too, the Grievous wounds there. Like, they're able to pick up these nice kind of just utility items to really just help shut down this roster from Paragon, as this Ivern will slowly become less impactful with all these anti-healing and shielding.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the gist of this Belfast Storm comp. Once you do have this lead, if you can just siege them out of places, if you can just use the extra range that you have from the Jace, the Ezreal, the Zyra, this Paragon comp, really, they do have people that can face check, but you don't really have something that can hard contest some space. You don't really have like a bruiser in your identity where you can just say, we're forcing a fight here, I'm out my 2-item spike, I'm really strong, we're going for something. In the meantime, on the side of Belfast Storm, I feel like it's all 2-item spike. It's the Jace that's going to be about to complete his transformation from Manamune to Muramana, and likely going for a Serpent's Fang as well. Those are the components. And if you see the Zyra completing the 2 items, it is the Ryla is in inventory, as we see here. Might have a scrap over a red buff.
Ooh, Wicked is stepping forward. Could look to all in. Gets the ultimate onto 2. Shadow and Fruity Carrot stunned up, but the rest of Belfast isn't there yet, as they get taken down first. And this could be Paragon's moment to win out the fight, as we see Tofu and Jamsu dropping very, very low. Fruity Carrots gets taken down, as it looks still completely even about who can win this fight. Double kill over to Shadow of Chains, as they will get a triple kill to finish off this fight. And now it maybe looks like this item build from the Jace has paid off, because they are very, very strong in these fights.
2-item spike hits, level 15 Jace, which means max Q, max W. Dive into people, you bloody love it. It's just, as a Jace player, it is just so fun, where you're just ahead enough that you can take these fights on your own terms, and you just win because your champion's ahead. As we see, Belfast Storm, we had doubts over their comp. We said that, Paragon's comp is more solid, is more centered, is more scaling, it is more standard League of Legends. Yeah. But this is the UK LPL. Ever since when has standard mattered?
Exactly that. And also, just gold matters too, right? 5-0 towers. Stats matter on top of that. As Jace with this grasp, they've probably gotten a lot of free health from this Ornn in the entire laning phase, and that's just keeping them that slightly tanky. And we do get a second Serpent's Fang pickup. So no more shields at all for the side of Paragon. they're going to have to try and look for a different plan here to get back into this game. It's like they have the tools to do an all-in, right? When you've got the Ornn, you've got the Silas that can steal the ultimate, like, you've got to just send it at some point. And maybe they'll wait for the 4th dragon, the Soul, to do it, but if they wait too late, it's just going to, they're just not going to have a moment to do it at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're going towards an Ocean Soul. This poke team with an Ocean Soul, like, how do you actually siege into them? How do you ever approach them and, like, you take a fight and then you get poked back and they're full HP? These kind of just becomes unbearable, because we talk about all of these Ocean Souls when you have, like, tanks in your composition, when you have a triple frontline composition with Ocean Soul. It gets really difficult. How do you fight a poke comp that can take a fight, back up, poke you again, and then they're going to be full HP?
And even with like this Ivern, like 3 items, sure, they can shield a bunch, but these shields are just going to get nuked down in their value with every hit from this Jace or from this Kiana. As there goes another tower, first tower now for Paragon, so they're going to get some of that gold in their side of the map finally, but Dragon is spawned and they will start it up. Doesn't even look like Paragon can contest it as they are pinging the Baron. I think that's a bit brave to start up this Baron here. They could play for some towers instead. We'll have to see how these guys move around the map, but this will be the 3rd dragon for Belfast Storm.
3rd dragon completed for Belfast Storm. Ketsu is going to be matched in this top side by Shadow of Chains. I wonder what happens now, because you have this Ezreal that can take over team fights. You have this Jace that can take over team fights. You have this Zyra that can just make team fighting hell with these slows, with these burns. And yet, I do feel like there is still a window for Paragon to make things happen. It is only a 4k gold deficit, and your Silas has reached 2 items, about to reach level 16. You're
looking for something mid lane. Jamsu here, half health, is trying to dodge out whatever he can, but will get knocked up by Daisy, and that's a kill secured there. Ezreal, the next target, gets bounced around. That's a double kill going over to Shadow on this Varus. A tower as well. And you have to ask if they try and take this opportunity to get the Baron, though. They don't have the fastest take. They don't have a medium take, even, with this combo. Let's see how much damage this Varus can do as Katsuo uses the Blast Cone in a bit of a brave sense. And never mind, they will go for the Baron, but Katsuo stays in the wrong place for too long, gets one-shot bursted, and with that, I think any hopes and dreams Paragon had of taking Baron were just lost.
I mean, we were talking about it. There's so much damage on this Belfast Storm comp. You can't just be there and face tank all of it. Like, Ketsu, I understand. This is a melee champion. You don't have to be melee all the time. You don't have to be in the face of the enemy all of the time.
And it's just the disrespect to this Kiana ultimate, right? Like, these choke points are just the perfect place for her to just stun you up against the wall. Sure, it doesn't look like Kiana's doing much damage here, but they are just, like, locking down the champions and allowing these poke champions to come in and get the free hits. As we're looking at Neotech going in for some kind of fight, but can't do anything, and that will be the Ruinous Atakan going over to the side of Belfast Storm, and I'm sure they're going to be very happy with all these petals.
More XP, a Ruinous Atakan power-up with an Ocean Soul on the way?
Oh my gosh.
Oh god. They're gonna be just zombies. They just keep coming.
I think we need to do something, right? We saw them, they picked the fight onto Jamsu and Fuyu, and they got something, and here we go. They're looking for a fight again. Ezreal will be able to shift out of that one as they'll focus down onto Shadow of Chains, getting 1 kill, and this is what they needed to do all game, right? Just send it forward, get a kill. Let's see them get something out of this now.
Yeah, they get the kill on the Jace now. The side lane threat is gone for the side of the Belfast Storm, but what can you do with it? You have this level 15 Silas that's been on level 15 for, I feel like, 10 minutes at this point. Like, you're trying to find these fights, and you're not getting really anything. Like, you're still clumping us 5 and looking for these skirmishes. And at this point, with this map state, Belfast Storm will just take it. Like, what do they have to lose? A tier 1? As Baron will be started for the side of Paragon. Ketsu is looking for that flank with the depth charge as we see the knockup comes through. Neotech
as forced to flash away. We'll use the Stranglethorns as a nice engage from the Kiana, get everyone locked up, but not quite enough damage as they should surely go down. Will sacrifice their own life as we have to see if Belfast Storm can get enough damage to kill everyone else. Tofu and Ezreal on the side are doing a good job of getting poke out, but it's not going to be quite enough damage. Barrier used to barely keep Shadow alive. as we got to see if they can get out. No, they do not. And that's another kill to Paragon, but they're not converting anything after these kills. And with these health bars, they're just going to be forced to recall out of this.
You know what's the one damage dealer that doesn't have a Serpent's Fang in the on the side of Belfast Storm?
You're going.
It's the Ezreal, who was the last carry alive in the fight.
The Ezreal.
There's no shield shred. The shield's coming through from the Ivern that the Donker completed. There's the Redemption. There's a Moonlight Moonstone Renewer completed. They're just gonna be able to tank all of these Mystic shots. Like, you're not getting through to them. You need to get all of these Serpent's Fang. It is very annoying to stop and spend gold for a 2,500 gold item when you feel like you already have two. But like, when those two people are gone, there's still an Ivern that's gonna be shielding up the people.
The Belfast Storm hack here is just don't let your item holders die, as they're gonna engage onto this Rakan, getting a nice pick there. Dragon in about 15 seconds. We're gonna have to see how Belfast Storm play this map. His Paragon is sieging down this mid lane. They're gonna try and get some kind of trade from the entire movement. Belfast Storm to this bot side. Stun won't connect. Katsuo is on the run. Depth charge onto Kenji. Katsuo gets a nice Stranglethorn steal to knock everyone up. But look at the ultimate from Kiana, trying to do something, but it's not quite enough. Paragon looks like they are slowly being able to win out this fight as they desperately run away, but never mind that. Paragon on the run now as they do trade over some nice kills. They'll be happy with that, but it does look like Belfast Storm will pick up the soul.
It's a 3-for-2 for the side. Well, actually the fight in mid was a 2-for-2. The Rakan had died in the bot lane skirmish. But as we see here, this Ornn is just going to keep having more and more value. Just being this beefy frontliner in front of everybody. Yes, you have the tools to deal with him. Can you deal with him fast enough at this point?
Yeah.
Because but as we see, the Ocean Soul will be picked up for the side of Belfast Storm. Comes with that extra side of Atakan buff. So, you know, really tasty soul on the side of Belfast Storm.
You're gonna be so happy with this. I mean, especially with the Atakan on top of that, right? Like, these guys just have unlimited sustain in their own poke, and it's just gonna become even stronger as it goes on. We see the item there from Jamsu connecting with Fuyu, just keeping their Ezreal alive even more. Ezreal level 15, likely very close to level 16 to get that third point into their ultimate. Like, Belfast Storm, they just need to find some kind of angle to get this game going in their sense. I would like to see them start at Baron soon to try and force Paragon towards them, and then potentially take the win from there, as they need to start closing out this game before, like you said, this Ornn becomes a bit too much of a tanky menace and just cannot be taken down.
I wonder if at this point Paragon are just saying, we'll flip Elder. We'll take a 5 Elder. We're fine with that. We'll just we'll just let the game be for a few more minutes and then just flip it at Elder. You know, at this point, I feel like you're kind of running out of options for the side of Paragon. Yes, you have the scaling, but like, as we see here, the Ornn.
They're looking to chase down Kenji. Ornn very, very tanky, but there's a lot of damage coming up from Belfast Storm. Meanwhile, on the mid side, though, Ketsuo has killed Tofu, so while they're fighting to kill this tank, very nicely done from Belfast Paragon to trade back a kill themselves, as now they're hitting this Baron because the jungler from Belfast Storm is dead. No
Kenji
smite
bought so
there to
much
secure
time.
it. They're gonna TP in. They're looking for something. I mean, as soon as this Jace shows up, surely the poke's gonna be enough for them to first of all poke them up and then look for a fight. But Ketsuo on the bot side does have the Nautilus depth charge available if they look for something. Jamsu dropping low. Chains of Corruption will connect, and Jamsu should maybe get bursted down. Never mind that, as it's actually the Rakan that dies first, and Jamsu won't be able to get anything more as Shadow of Chains gets a double kill, looking for the fourth. The Shadow is on the run, but the Q connects, picks up the triple, and the quadra kill going over. And look at the Kiana on the bot lane, just casually split pushing, and they may just be able to look for the end here.
It's a non-official penta for Shadow of Chains as he picked up the Ornn kill in the bot side and then picks up the quadra kill in the fight. Belfast Storm making their signings put to work. As we see, this might just be the end of the game, but Kenji's here, just Hero trying to clean up all of these waves. Will it be enough?
He is actually able to zone the minions away from the tower, so they only get one. Will use their own ultimate to clear this wave, as maybe Belfast Storm was a bit too keen to not do this Baron to look for the end. But we do see Tofu up there. They're probably just going to let their little passive plant spawn, and then once the rest of the team shows up, start up the Baron. Yep, they use their own ultimate right there. Stranglethorns was used. So I can
Hell
imagine
yeah.
this Baron is getting absolutely bullied right now.
Hell yeah, Zyra mechanics.
Yeah, genuinely.
And this champion is genuinely disgusting in terms of clear, but as we see here, the Baron is finally secured for the side of Belfast Storm. Soul plus Baron plus Atakan power up. What more can you get at this all-you-can-eat buffet?
I guess
Maybe
a win.
a side of inhibitors and a Nexus?
Yeah. They're gonna look for it. I mean, they should just be able to charge down mid lane. We see Ketsuo pushing down this bot lane to get the super minions away. Maybe they can look for one tower if Belfast Storm put too much attention towards this mid side, as they haven't completely committed to a push yet. Belfast Storm looking to take this red buff first, very important objective, as they're picking this top side of the map, and it looks like Paragon will be able to take at least one tower here.
Paragon trading this one tower for a lot more control seated in their top side to the side of Belfast Storm. Kind of just, I feel like you're at this point you're kind of just moving around the map using this Jace as your artillery piece, and everybody else is just there. no disrespect.
Artillery.
no disrespect to every other carry on the side of Belfast Storm, but this Jace is 12-1-1.
You got like the different calibers of damage coming out. Jace being the main one, and then you got Tofu and Zyra, and this Ezreal as well, just being a bit more extra damage, because damage on damage, why the heck not? As we can see the power of Baron being used here to keep a push on mid lane. 2 cannon minions on this top side as well. So I can't imagine this tower will stay up for very long, as Ketsuo connects the chains onto the minions. So they should be able to wave clear this out. But the double super minion stacking up on this bot lane will slowly compete and push into this. As Kenji's looking for something, gets the knock up, flash forward, throwing everything on the Shadow Chains. Will eventually maybe take him down. There we go. He is killed as the Redemptions is used to get the right team healed. Jams through the next target, will be tanky, but not quite tanky enough, as Paragon has done a good job of getting 2-for-1 kills to defend their base.
2-for-1 because Neotex just basically walks into the True Shot barrage trying to shield up his teammates. And this Ezreal has a 3.5 item, so he deals damage, but ends up being a positive trade for the side of Paragon. As we see, this Ornn is still the main tool for their engage. It's still their one shot, basically. They need to use this more and more. I don't know if they'll have the chance, though. The Elder's up in 30 seconds, and yes, Shadow Chains is dead for now, but he will be able to TP into the fight. You have all of these waves pushing into your base. It's difficult for you to approach the fight and just have a window where you can be the first one to pull the trigger.
Exactly that, and Kenji did use their own flash to commit onto the flashless Jace, and now we'll see Jace flash being up pretty soon, so when that cooldown's there, they won't be able to repeat this, as here now comes the TP from Shadow Chains into maybe a bit of a risky spot if Paragon want to look for that, but the rest of Belfast Storm is there to protect them. We'll have to see how Paragon approach this fight, as Ketsuo is on their own with the Rakan, will be dashed away, and now it's just Belfast Storm using their poke and healing from the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I mean, this Ocean Soul, when you have all of these poke, is just making it impossible to get damage down before these fights. But that's fine. Paragon's comp is a one-shot shotgun. You're kind of just loading the double barrel and seeing whether this can work. As we see Kenji now looking for the angle.
Kenji on the side, the rest of Paragon above. They will first engage onto that, but look at Wicked going in, getting the ultimate onto Fruity Carrots, but it's not quite enough damage. Look at the Dragon dropping down low. Wicked Gap's killed. 1-for-1 overall, as the smite is secured by Tofu, and that Elder Dragon should be enough for Shadow Chains to get everyone to burn and be taken down, as Belfast Storm will look for Ketsuo, the last man standing, and with that ace, Belfast Storm should be able to easily pick up this win.
Belfast Storm finally clean up the mess they left in the kitchen. They pick up the Elder buff, and this is game. Excellent game from their top side, honestly. Wicked, a bit flippy, I will say. He also was ganked multiple times by the side of Belfast, of Paragon, trying to get their mid lane, trying to get the Ketsu ahead.
Yep.
And I feel like that almost worked until the Jace started showing up.
I mean, to me, this guy has just shown I am not just a Riven one trick. I can play other champions, and if anything, maybe the Jace needs to be next target, because this guy popped off on this. 14-2. Every fight was just seemingly a huge Jace angle. And yeah, it just worked out great. It was a fun watch for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, basically just ended up being a a major Piltover diff. You know, the defender of tomorrow. Really making Paragon think about their next move. Basically, you know, Thursday, new day, match day. But I think we saw some good things from Paragon. Not to take away from them. I feel
For sure.
like the comp was solid. It wasn't their identity though. It feels like, you know, you had Ketsuo, you know, this great melee mid player. You have Kenji, which is great on all of these carry top laners, and you're kind of forcing yourself in a window where you have this one shotgun shot, and you have these 2 damage dealers, and there's so much target access on the side of Belfast Storm, where you have these 2 damage dealers. You have the Enchanter, you have the Rakan that can peel, you have the Ornn, and it's not enough. You kind of just have to match fire with fire, and you're never in that window. But
Yeah, we said that early too.
yeah,
because they had the kill lead, right? They had every advantage, but it was just the towers diff giving gold over to Belfast Storm, and that little bit of gold was what let them snowball that and inevitably take the win in this game 3. And you know what? We're not even done. We have one more game tonight. Venom Crest versus Good Chi coming up very, very soon. So we're going to throw it into a short break and then see our desk again.
Back here, everyone. We are somewhat enthused after that game. Some expectations were met, some interesting factors showed, and apparently the dragon does a whole lot of something. Right now, we have to dive on into this. Casual Cutie, you were correct. It was Belfast Storm to come out with the victory.
Oh, how could I tell? Paragon once again not being able to play his comp, having a slight jank comp, not being able to play it quite so effectively. I do want to say very impressed with Belfast Storm's ability to play out these team fights slow and utilize the big numbers, which I said they were going to get on Jace. They did get on Jace. Slammed down again. Masterful performance from top lane right there. And yeah, just using their Jace, using their Arizona to slow play these fights, get that gold lead, and just keep that snowball rolling.
I mean, on the other side, there was an outline there, but Frisky, we mentioned it before, it was going to take a little bit of time to reach that kind of pinnacle for the side of Paragon, and it seemed that they're almost able to reach it, and then they were kicked right back down that cliff at the very end.
I just don't seem to be right in my predictions tonight. I guess I forgot a little bit about the game while we were off the air. They just didn't have as much priority as I thought they could with that comp, but it just lacked all around the board, and they were able to kind of get a couple kills early on, but Belfast Storm was able to get more and more pressure on the map early on, and then snowballed that really well into the mid game, where it made Paragon still able to get a couple kills, and they were able to kind of slowly build their way back. But as we said, the dragon does matter. Sometimes that's all things are about. It's just about what that dragon does. And Otacon, which was Ruinous, which was also picked up by Belfast Storm, and then ending up being an Ocean Drake. I mean, it was unbelievably difficult to do anything for Paragon. I mean, that Jace, you saw how hard it was just to kill him, and he was able to do so much. But at the same time, I do think Paragon had the right idea, trying to get their way back into the game. Just, pick out the Jace, pick off a couple important targets and solely focus on them, and then just kind of slowly make your way onto the map. I mean, that Elder Dragon fight was incredibly close at the end. It was like still not sure who could have gotten the Elder at the end. And if Paragon got it, they might have been able to still have enough people alive to get it. So they, still had the right ideas. It's just that their comp was a little bit lacking, and they played, I think, too slow in the mid game to try to get anything regarding the dragons, and that's why they were almost unable to kill most of the people on Belfast Storm quickly enough, so the Ocean Drake didn't matter.
It was one of the most difficult factors, and I mean, we always talk about the grievous wounds tax, and I really do wish we had a number for how much healing came from the ocean. So at the end of the day, it did feel like that 6-man for the roster, and they get a victory. Now again, you have to point out some of the shortcomings. Wicked on that Kiana. I'm going to be looking towards next week. Like, please maybe don't bring that one into the mix, and we'll see how it plays out. At the end of the day, though, it is a victory. Either way, taking a look forward, though, we are going to have our last match of the day, which is one that I think a lot of people are very excited for. It is going to be the ever so amazing Good Chi versus Venomcrest, two teams, of course, returning here after a split. And, it's going to be a fun time watching these two squads face off.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, obviously, Venomcrest looking a little bit different now that they're I won't say best players. Some of their best players have been poached by, not poached, I guess.
You don't say any. You don't say some. You still think their best players on there? Because I don't think their best player was there anymore.
No, I'm saying their best players don't exist anymore. Well, they do exist. They're having a great time up in. They're having a great time. I think they're having a time up in NLC Division 1. But alas, they've got to get a new bot lane in.
Yep. Well, of course, we'll go ahead and just dive right on into it. Let's take a look at some of the players here. Bust, Phrase, Eris, Skylark, and Propa Panda, which is a fantastic name. I forgot about that one. You can go ahead and see where Propa Panda's most amazing moment came from on Sejuani, which was unfortunate, to say the least.
I don't even know what's going on there. I just love his picture. It's just like, no, I don't want you to see me. I want you to see me being a god. I don't even actually know I think that's that's a Nidalee Spear, I think.
That's a... I believe that's a Nidalee Spear about to land on Propa Panda. This Propa Panda did not submit a headshot. This order came from above. My boss told me to put this in. So
all right. Shout out to the boss for being funny. But you've got the solo lanes from Venomcrest who stayed on. I think both, I think all 5 people from former Venomcrest won best player. I mean, they are undefeated throughout the entire split, including playoffs. I think both of these guys still look really good. Air was probably the best mid laner in UKEL 4 Nations last split. Very consistent. Was able to do a lot. If Rhythm wasn't able to do a lot, their old ADC, he could really cover the games well. And you just want somebody who's really consistent on a mage who can do a ton in this team fight. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to work with their new jungler and their new bot lane. But people who are as good as them, I think, should have no trouble in adapting to a new situation.
Yeah, and I mean, we're also hoping that they adapt very quickly. Again, opening part of this season, we want to see how the team is able to work together, and hopefully they get a couple wins on the board there. Let's go ahead and take a look at Good Cheat as well. Team coming in here, hoping to give us a good time. You can go ahead and see some of them got that flair in them. It's for sure in the top. Tweak, Chover, Morrow, as well as Stargazing. All these members kind of bringing their best foot forward. At least we hope so.
Okay, so my immediate analysis is Tweak. Don't know much about this player. New entry to the roster. Big question mark. Does have a wonderful jawline.
It's made from the Chad man himself. The Chad meme, that is him.
And certainly is. It certainly is. We'll have to see how they stack up, how they synergize with the rest of the roster. Having to replace a jungler. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got. No, you go ahead, sir.
No. I was just gonna say. I mean, we got the jawline and then the smile as big as can be on Foreshore. It's just like we got the opposite sides, and I love it.
Yeah, we got some great jawlines. Hair needs some work, but maybe we'll get that. We'll see how good they do.
Morrow's got that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, opinions are a lot of things. So Morrow and Chover obviously are from Good Chi before, and Good Chi was a relatively decent team from before. I think Chover was kind of an iffy player at times. I'd see him have some good performances. I'd see him have some iffy stuff. I always like to say that he thought he was Chovy. Anyway, his name in the game is G2 Chover, so he thought he thinks he is Caps and Chovy kind of combined, but sometimes he gets the claps part of Caps and then gets the craps part of Caps. So a good combination there. It's just going to be kind of seeing how well he can be consistent, especially with new people coming into the team. He might need to step up a little bit more and have some more consistent performances.
Yeah. I like that thought, and honestly, in this matchup specifically, it'll be a good test, I think, for the new players stepping in, filling the shoes of the old, and giving us a good taste. We've had a couple banger matches earlier on. This last one was also a great tale of adversity, trials, and making sure that your team doesn't always synergize, but you know how to play the champions that you are collecting. Taking a look here, I believe Gucci is going to be on that blue side, red side populated by Venomcrest, which means we get the same old, most likely Gwen as well as Nefiri band out here, unless we get to see either of them open, and a little bit of a shift from there as well. So I'll be very curious to see how that plays out in the draft phase of things.
So here we are. Wow, just like you said.
Yeah. I'm so good at timing things, I'm totally that good. But we do see the Jinx, of course, starting out here. Well, hopefully, but Venomcrest, I lied, is actually on the blue side here, so they'll be rounding themselves into a nice piece. But the idea of putting Morrow in a back corner already, not allowing that hyper carry in the bottom lane, I kind of like that.
I mean, I think just Jinx is still not as much of a meta champion right now, but you still see it from a lot of UKEL, and I think a lot of people are just scared in general of it. So I think it's just better to not have to deal with that at all. I also like that. I don't know if the Jace ban it's probably a little bit planned from Good Chi, but I'm sure Venomcrest also just saw what the Jace did, and they're like, let's just keep that aside. I don't want them getting any ideas. I don't want any more crazy 13-1 Jace games doing all the damage.
And I mean, on the other side, we are seeing, as we mentioned, the Zyra, but the Yone specifically being targeted here. Good Chi had now kind of locked themselves into this last point of, do we ban the Nefiri? Do we not?
No, they did not.
I mean, they opted. Yeah, they go ahead and ban out the Xante, looking at Bust in the top side, and they go ahead and get Phrase an amazing jungle lock in here. So Good Chi better have a very good response, or else the dog is going to be taking the owner for a walk.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much, as I said, game one, how much a dog can take an opposing team for a walk. So strong at the moment. So safe as well, I think, is a really interesting part of Neferi, right? The invulnerability on that W just provides so much ability to dive, maybe a little bit deeper than you really should, even, and allows you to make these aggressive plays in the early mid-game. Really snowball your team ahead.
Oh. Answer going down though with the Vi, and I know there's been a lot of polarizing thoughts lately of the Vi, something that a lot of people feel has fallen from graces in the top scenes. You're looking at maybe like an A tier, maybe, and it's an interesting one to say, hey, against an untargetable, we are still going to bring a target down. Good Chi, though, I think need to match it with something of their own, whether they look for a little extra dive, whether you're looking for like a Nautilus or an Alistar. Want to see that mix up, but instead you say, you don't even have to worry about that right now. You grab the Aurora, you get a little bit of that bounce, but it is going to be answered by one that we've seen climb up because of the Rod of Ages. It might be that Rise.
Oh, Rise, so strong.
I actually like the Vi a lot. I love the Vi. Well, maybe not love the Vi, but I think Vi is a bit worse right now. But I actually like this into the Neferi matchup. Just try to get some lockdown on her as well as possible. It's not great in the 1v1. It might be a little iffy early, but I think in the team fights it'll do really great. It certainly needs some support. It needs some kind of tanks or just some other stuff to help go in. I think Aurora can kind of facilitate that depending on the type of fight. Obviously, something in corners, not
Ugh.
something as much front to back can help. There's MF again. Hopefully Max is watching and
Max is
cringing.
already sick
It's way
enough as it is. He doesn't need.
it's way too early for the MF. I don't know why people are picking it so early. I get the rise. It's probably going to be an Aurora mid. It could be top still though. You get the just take it away before it gets banned. You get the Rod of Ages is so strong right now, and it does so much more early that I don't know why you wouldn't take the rise. But there's so many things that people can pick into MF. You can still pick Braum. You can still pick just other things that Ornn, stuff that can just CC on top of her.
The Varus is
so
still
well.
up as well, right?
Yeah.
Varus is up there as well. They'll probably end up banning Braum, obviously, but again, that's a ban taken away, and I don't know. I feel like that's a bit of cockiness from Venom Crest. We'll see.
I don't know. I just think it's very interesting to see this priority on this Misfortune over the Varus, right? Varus seems, first of all, just provide a lot more go for yourself, right? You don't have an engaged jungler. You are playing in a fairy jungler. Will bring a lot of damage, but will only really be bringing damage. Rise can do a little bit of work, get those rune prisons down, but you're not getting a chain of corruption engaged from Varus, right? And the bot lane really relies on your support here. A lot of confidence being placed in Proper Panda.
And the thing is, we're also seeing the answer and the understanding that Good Chi are saying of we can't allow the engage. We also can't allow these untargetables and these unbreakables to break out here. You can see the Ragnarok isn't going to be in play, which I really like that kind of ode to Bust once again. We saw multiple bans sent up towards that top side, so might as well throw one in the second ban phase as well. As you mentioned, though, Venom Crest once banning the Braum, now banning yet a secondary, quite possibly. If it is that Nautilus ban, it makes sense. Once again, great CC, great lockdown, following in the hands of a Vi, of an Aurora, of that Varus. And we mentioned the Varus isn't going to be starting off engagements. You can absolutely follow up on a Nautilus engage. It's just so simple, so easy. We saw it work in previous games as well. Unfortunately, that does leave open yet another massive tank. The Leona that we saw banned out a few times. Others is going to be locked in.
Still more stuff that can handle the Leona. I mean, Chain of Corruption can go through people and hit the MF. Obviously, Leona does the same. Vi does the same. I think they're hoping that the people are going to be more focused on the Neferi, that the MF is going to be. You're not taking Teemo. I'm trying to think. No, I'm not. I'm not going to consider the Teemo. I'm not going to actually.
Yeah,
put forethought into
that's
that.
not going to be a lock in. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. I think the idea is that they're going to be paying attention to the Neferi so much that it'll allow MF to have a little bit more free roam in terms of what it can do with the bullet time. But I don't know. I still feel like that even just like you can still put all your effort onto focusing the Neferi and then just like stop MF from ulting, and then that's all you need to do in the fight and just go back to worrying about the Neferi. And the Gragas will help. I mean, just more frontline is going to make it harder for people to get into the backline. But again, Gucci have a lot for this, and I think just something like Ornn that can also just help when just get more in the backline. Call the Forge got such an effective ult like that. I think it'll round it out good cheese comp pretty well.
I do think I quite like what Venomcrest has done here, actually. As I didn't really see it coming together until these last two pages. I put quite an effective stand your ground comp, right? Very short range team coming out from Good Chi. You do have two pieces of you have a lot of engage actually, but you're engaging into Alistair, Ride, who will shred you the second you get close, Gragas, and hell, engaging over the top of a Misfortune or a re-engage from Misfortune in these fights could be absolutely deadly.
I think that's why they kind of wanted to go with the Aatrox here, is almost maybe they thought that and they wanted to counter. So obviously counter the counter. I mean, they're going to have to probably engage if Venomcrest wants to get them on the re-engage, then at least you have something like Aatrox that can absorb all the pressure. But I still feel like Ornn would have been a better pick because Ornn can do kind of both engaging and disengage and re-engaging all at once, and it would just still would have handled the backline better. But Venomcrest at the end, they have kind of made it work.
I get positive both sides, and I will say I think the only thing that I don't like about an Ornn is it would take a little bit of time to ramp up. Yes, it can do some damage, but depending on which side you put it on, you're looking at the Gragas as being this great disengager just as well. You talked about frontline. I see Gragas more as a disengage. If you're watching the Leona, the Vi fly in, if you're looking at the Aurora or the Aatrox, you want to spread them all out. That is going to allow Venomcrest. Yeah, it might ruin the bullet time. The bullet time is also used as a sway. We're looking at the Neferi, we're looking at the Rise as these great burn through the HP powers. So I am very curious to see exactly how these comps all play together. And again, we have been pleasantly surprised before. Throughout the day, we've seen these notions of what looks good on paper does not always translate to the strength of the game itself. We've been surprised, we've been pleasantly so, and sometimes taken for an absolute ride in a 48-minute slugfest that should have stayed on ARAM, quite honestly. Thoughts here for the final game of the day. We'll start with casual. Are you looking at either side to have a very strong game here to open up their season?
I think looking at these two drafts, you need a lot of poise from Venomcrest in this draft. You need to be able to stand your ground. There's going to be a lot of engagement, a lot of threats coming in Gucci. Threat assessment is going to be super important. Some fights is going to be Vi that's most important, diving onto your backline. Sometimes you need to keep Aatrox away, right? But like this threat assessment and knowing and having that poise to properly decide who you're going to punt out as Alistar or knock away with the Gragas or even just root up with Ryze, really important. But if there's any team that does have that poise, that does have that mental edge, I think it would be the champions of our last split.
Frisky, what are your thoughts here? We got some champions moving in, but we also got some new faces on either side that may or may not cause a little bit of drama and some mixtures and matchups here in this game.
I second a lot of what Casual said. I mean, Venomcrest is a well-coached team. In ERLs, you're so used to players moving anyway that I don't think it's going to be too crazy to try to adapt to new people. I'm sure they've practiced a lot. They've absolutely made this work. It's going to absolutely take a lot of focus on who the tanks put their priority on, who do you want to dive into on the Nefiri, first of all. So they're going to have to be relatively organized in that. But I think Venomcrest are, like the team to do it. I do think eventually this split, that Venomcrest win streak will end, but I do not think this game will be the one where it ends.
Oh, okay. Good thoughts to come out on either end. But, of course, I think at the end of the day, it is going to be the players themselves to kind of either prove us wrong or prove us right. And maybe prove if Frisky is just going to go 0-4 on the day. Nobody really knows yet if that is going to happen. Either way, I know our casters are more than excited to hop into this just as well. They called the last game and they're here to call the finish as well. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Harold Hamhand as well as W King for our final game of the day.
There's two different people.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, it's two different people. The twins are back, supposedly. I don't know about this new take, but Twinsies going in.
I mean,
Harold,
is it just because we're both wearing like NFL jerseys?
just tall.
Tall NFL jerseys, facial hair.
True. It's a simple look. We rock it.
Yeah.
What do you
Anyway,
think?
last game of the day.
Venomcrest. Yeah, Venomcrest. Are they gonna go undefeated again? Is this gonna be the first game they lose? What are you feeling?
I mean, I hope they do. They keep going undefeated because of a certain bet that was made, which I am not looking forward to living up to if it happens, because eating plastics is not fun.
Do you want to remind people that might not know of this bet what it is?
Well, I when I originally made the bet, I said if Gucci went undefeated this split, I would eat a pineapple pizza because, playing on the joke of me being Italian. The head coach, one of the coaches for Gucci, immediately replied with, "No, usually the Gucci jersey," and now apparently that's just the bet that was made. I was like, no, I didn't really agree to it, but apparently now it's canon. So
if Gucci go undefeated, you have to eat a Gucci jersey?
Yeah, apparently.
As well as a pineapple pizza. I don't know what's worse, honestly.
Maybe I can draw a Gucci logo on a pizza with pineapple and that's enough.
That would be impressive. I mean, I would like to see that if it goes through, but we'll have to see if Gucci can live up to that first with this win, because like Venomcrest coming off reigning champions of last split, right? Like these guys aren't to be messed with, and we'll have to see how much this roster change will affect them. Few of their like essential players having moved up in the leagues, with some new ones coming in. So I'm keen to see how this new talent comes and shows their
skill.
Skill.
I mean, new talent of yesteryear, basically, because we've got Proper Panda switching from jungle to support. We've got a Skylark, which is a bit of an unknown quantity, I would say. But we'll see whether how this game turns out. But as we finally hop into the Rift for our last game of the day, it is reigning champions Venomcrest going up against Good Chi in the Division 1 for Nations. So we see pretty standard stuff on the start for everybody. bit of a different start for the Rise in the mid lane. It is going to be a Ruby Crystal start, not a Ruby Crystal. That's a man. What's the name? I
Sapphire?
swear Sapphire Crystal. Thank you.
Yeah.
I was going through my head of every possible name and then it just blanked.
Just
That's
go
very
through the
fun.
different gems out there and see which one's right.
Definitely an emerald. I don't know. And we're not quite in Minecraft yet, but as we see, pretty standard setup for everybody in terms of runes. It is going to be the on-hit Varus coming in from Maro.
Different from what we saw before. I mean, last time we saw the Poke Varus and earlier tonight, I didn't really hit the mark, I want to say. So Poke, well, this attack speed Varus. How is it going to work out this way? I want to say this Venom Crest roster doesn't exactly have the longest range, so maybe this Varus will be happy to play into that. But that will make them at quite the risk of being killed too.
Like if they're playing at auto range, you're kind of just playing into the range of this Venom Crest comp wants to play at. You have Phrase on this Neferi that just wants to dive in. You have this Rise that mid range is absolutely deadly. The power of a cast can just wreck you if you are too close to the fight. I don't know if it is the right choice. It is a bold choice from Maro. I will give him that. I don't know if it's quite the correct one.
We'll have to see how it pans out. I mean, it could give them some kind of advantage in this lane phase too, or something. So we'll have to see. They have the Ghost as well, so that extra mobility will help them kind of dodge away from any of this potential damage. Not opting in for the barrier, saying, hey, basically, if you're on top of me, I'm already dead. So I'm going to take everything to stop you from getting into my range and just play it in my own comfort.
No, actually, I know why he went. I know why he went on it. You see, he's now UK LTR, so he had to pick up a few daggers.
That is the ongoing trend, it feels. But you know what? You might be onto something here. As we're getting a bit of a standard little start here. Junglers clearing to opposite side of the map. Bot lanes and mid lanes trading as they do, and you know what, we'll have to see how much this Aatrox can use this grass, because I know Gragas is just going to want to, use the body slam to just keep this Aatrox away at any moment possible. But for sure, we'll still be able to get the push in here first.
Personally, I'm not a fan of the grasp on the Aatrox. I feel like you can go towards a more combat rune. If you don't like Conqueror, go for something like Electrocute.
Okay.
You kind of just want a bit of burst damage. The grasp, I vaguely get it, because you do now you're healing based on the Umbral Dash. It does not scale based on the points you put in it. It scales based on the amount of health you have. So that's why we've seen a lot more Bruiser Aatrox and a lot less Lethality Aatrox. But I feel like grasp kind of just gives you nothing. I'm not a big fan of the rune of the champion.
It's like,
as you see, a bit of a
Panda.
disconnect.
Panda has disconnected.
Not quite one shot, but you know.
you got one shot by his internet connection, it seems. So he's out of there.
Well, as we see, we're having a little bit of a tech issue. Hopefully it's resolved soon, but early game, not really much to talk about. Wasn't there any early plays, any level ones that were attempted by each teams? As we see, we're seeing a bit of a lopsided situation where Good Cheese bot lane is currently getting pushed in. The power of the MF is kind of just that. You have so much power on the wave to just try and make the enemy AD carry's life hell.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, you have the Aatrox, which is one of the few winning and pushing matchups into the Gragas, where you can just kind of tough it out during the lane. He's gone for the D shield, probably has second win in his runes. So he has a lot of inbuilt sustain with his kit and a lot of inbuilt sustain with his runes and items, which means he's just going to be able to tank those casks and basically just trade back with the Darkin Blade.
Yeah, this game is giving off. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see Phrase do something once we get back. Oh, we're back again.
We're back, so go on, Phrase. Go do something.
Go do something immediately, right now.
But I was about to say this game's giving off slow vibes, but maybe not. As Bustin for sure duking it out, busting a bad spot though, as the grass pays off, as for sure gets that first blood. And maybe this game isn't going as slow as I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Bust was a bit just out of position. Good punish from the jungler of Chi, getting his first impact on the map. Good for now, MacBook Gaming 1, regular gaming 0.
I was a MacBook gamer at one point in my life. I actually started playing on an iMac originally, so you know what?
Is
Not
this going to be a
quite an
repeat?
iMac. I mean, Bust has everything available, flash and a health bar this time, so
He
I
has no
think if
belly bop.
anything, they can just potentially pull the flash. There you go. We'll just dash away with that amazing Gragas skin, I gotta admit.
Yeah, KDA Gragas truly every woman's dream, I would say. I wouldn't know. I'm not a woman.
Great point. Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, my Oktoberfest Gragas was pretty impressive, I have to admit. But there's
Yeah.
definitely been worse coverages out there. So we'll have to see if we get back into this game. What do you think about Foreshore picking up the Grievous wound right away? Is that some like uber respect to the amount of healing that Gragas can do?
I mean, Gragas healing is kind of stupid. so I do think it's a good pickup. It kind of allows you to have all of this pressure in the lane. And it kind of puts Bust in this situation where you're forced to take these slow trades, and you can't really go for the sustained trade anymore. You have all of this mana, and you can't really use it. You're kind of stuck in this a bit of a bad situation in terms of itemization, because yes, you do want the tier, yes, you want the Sapphire Crystal, because I would assume he's going to go towards something like a Roa with a Roa buff. So as we see here, Air...
Stargazing, dashing in a bit brave, but walks out of that with some confidence. I expected him to take a bit more damage for that little Zenith play and engage.
Yeah, well, Leona Eclipse is an ability of all time. You know, Alistar has Unbreakable Will on his ultimate with like a 2-minute cooldown. Leona has Eclipse on a 15-second cooldown, and you know, same power level.
More or less, and that will mean that this roster from Madame Crest is going to be able to pick up this dragon, getting them on the objectives first. But you see the Void Grubs upstairs, Tweak already on top of those. You know, when are we not going to get this standard 1-for-1 objective trade? One day, some team will just spice things up and get everything, surely.
Are you trying to make me like do something? Is this like a subtle advertising for what you want me to try and do?
Tune in on Thursday to find out.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, tune in on Thursday for more. For more, first of all, for more For Nations action, because that's always fun. And second of all, because you can see more 45-minute bangers from the bandits.
Well, that was a great game to start us off. Is this one? This one's giving a fourth game vibes, right? Like, it's starting off a bit slow. It's the last game of the night for the first week. Like, you don't want to lose, so some teams are just not ready to take that risk to put themselves forward for a lose. As Air is up here, so maybe for sure a bit too far forward. Does have Flash available, but won't actually get so much distance onto that as well. Have to see if Air will look for anything. Doesn't opt in to use their own Flash on Rise. For sure should be able to safely hide under tower with Tweak. Unless forces up. There we go. We'll actually use the Flash to escape instead. Dashes forward onto Bust. Uses everything trying to get this Gragas, but this Gragas is very tanky. Does actually take tower. And with that, will get taken down, but Air will be able to escape out of this just barely.
The Chover roam to just get the ult with the kill with the ultimate prop. But now Phrase is here looking for the kill, looking on the hunt with the pack mates. Won't be anything yet. Air is still pushing the way in. Phrase is still hovering. This might look for a dive with the invulnerability on the Neferi, and yes, this will be a dive. There's no ultimate on Chover.
They're thinking, but they're not quite brave enough to do it, I don't think. And even without the in-between worlds, they won't go for that. It looks like bot lane has some scrapping too, because these health bars are all very, very low. But no kills going over. Chi with the 2 kills, though. They are 1 kill away from getting that Feats of Warfare, and I'm sure they'll be very happy to get that stack towards the Feats of Strength.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get ahead. In this composition where you're playing at all of this like mid-range champions, having those upgraded boots might actually be the difference maker. Yeah. Being able to just have that little extra spacing between you and your opponent might just be the one thing that separates from a win from a loss, basically. As we see here, Skylark and Propaganda going back to the wave after taking not a less than beneficial trade, little CS advantage for the Venom Crest AD carry, as now the wave is going to get pushed in. I feel like Maro should be there in time to catch almost all, if not all, of the wave.
Yeah, you can see that guy running down to this tower. Yeah, they'll be able to snipe out that one and pick up the rest, as they're actually pinging onto Tweak here. You know, I do like a very aggressive Alistar that'll just run at you in your own jungle. Like, he knows he can just be an annoyance for Tweak, and as a jungler, it's not fun having a big cow run at you, so I don't blame him for just being like, get out of here.
Well, he doesn't. Well, he could have fought, I feel like, but considering, you know, there's Swifties on this Alistar, there's the Unbreakable we were talking about earlier. I don't really want to pull the trigger when you're not really in a position to fight. As you see here, Phrase getting caught by Foreshore. Foreshore gets all of the Darkin Blade proc, gets the follow.
The untargetable might not be enough to keep them alive as they both use the Blast Cone over. Flash forward from Chover looking for something, but Bust using the cast. All of this big barrel will get everyone out alive, so no one dying just yet. As if you're Chi, you can play a bit more aggressive if you want. Like, you can try and force something in, sacrifice 1 or 2 kills to get that 1 to push you under the 3 mark. Obviously, you don't want to die if you don't have to, but if you want to prioritize that stack towards the feats of strength, that is one way to do it.
See, now, it won't end up being the Rod of Ages for the Raga set, as you see. A little bit of an engagement on the bot side.
Gonna try and get on some I mean, you've mentioned this Alistar, right? This Alistar is just as tanky. He doesn't even need to pop the Unbreakable Will. That doesn't have it, actually. So can't. If anything, they might try and trade back. Doesn't quite get the dash knockout combo there, as Guma is unsure about who they're hitting. Health bar is dropping low, but no one at risk of death. So we're even getting pings around this dragon, looking for something, but it's all to do with this dragon spawning about 50 seconds. Grubs on the map even sooner. So we'll have to see which objective these teams prioritize.
Yeah, as we see a few first items coming through for some Tweak. The beneficiary of those 2 assists in the top side fights picks up his Sundered Sky, as Chover is probably on the verge of picking up his Blackfire Torch. And as we see, Rod of Ages completed for the Rise. We'll start stacking it immediately. Air will start being more and more annoying on the map because of the sustain and the mobility that this item manages to give you. Not mobility, but just the presence that it gives you. I would assume we're close to a BT on this, on the...
Misfortune? Yeah, they're working towards it a bit. We're seeing the grubs being taken away immediately. So that will go over to the side of Venom Crest. Meanwhile, Dragon traded in return. So these teams are, you know, they're respecting each other. We're getting a game like last one, we're doing opposite trades to the map of objective. So we'll have to see if it will be similar, where one team will just completely snowball the map and pick up all, as we do get a Mountain Dragon Soul on this map today.
Mountain Soul probably benefits... well, both teams kind of equally. You're both playing in this kind of mid-range where there's very few poke, and what you can tank is just an advantage. So... like, there's no clear comp that benefits from having the soul. I think both teams would be more than happy to have that extra shield and those extra resistances. As you see, pretty much a very small goalie, but as we see here, Between Worlds popped.
Ooh, a nice use of the Solar Flare to interrupt that channel does mean that another kill going over to Good Chi, including those 3 stacks towards that feats of strength. And this is a great start for all you Good Chi fans out there, as they have managed to get a just about 1,000 gold lead, but essentially, look at this kill spread. 2 kills onto Chover, 1 kill onto Foreshore. I'm sure these champions are very, very happy to have this little bit of an early gold lead.
You see here Chover pushing the wave in, Phrase kind of getting bullied under his own tower. You know, he's not the mid laner, so he won't really care much. He will just go back into the jungle and heal it all up. But really good pick from the side of Chi, as we saw in the mid lane. As you see here, Proper Panda punts away the Leona.
Panda punts away the Leona.
You're really fishing for that moment.
I feel like it's gonna be a thing now. I don't even know the origin of that like older clip, but you know what? It's just any kind of repetition of the P's you can throw in. Like, why not? Throw it out there, have some fun with it.
The Proper Panda thing is we're in Sweden.
Proper Panda will engage heavily onto Marrow. Bulletstorm will get Marrow low as they're going to try and get away from this Theory, but won't quite manage that as they're taken down and now can dash back onto Stargaze and getting 2 kills over to Venom Crest. So Venom Crest now say it's my turn for some kills, focusing on the bot lane that so far was untouched, but now 0-2 for Chi.
A really good gank by the side of Phrase, just using the power of the Neferi to just make the gank happen. Of course, really good like kiting of the engage from the side of Venom Crest. Proper Panda and Skylark doing an excellent job just buying time, getting zoning, and Guma just gets enough of a channel on that bullet time to get a kill. But
Up to everybody should be able to flash out of that as this Chover goes in very aggressively. We'll get the root in the turn, but to be fair, when it comes to this Aurora pick, that champion does bring out a lot of burst that can catch off players off guard. So I think Air is very respectful to just instantly flash away from that, no hesitation.
yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the Blackfire Torch build. I do think Aurora is one of those few champions where you're still looking to get that Luden's companion to just get that extra burst of damage when you go for the trades. As we see here, a little bit of movement coming through from the supports for both teams. Likely looking to get more information on this top side. As we see Phrase trying to invade, the camps get smote away from Tweak. As we see here, Boston Shore just trading more on the top side. You know, there's a 10 CS lead for Bust.
They already have that fully stacked Seraphs too. I mean, this guy has an emergency shield in his back pocket as well.
Yeah. I think this Gragas has been allowed to lane relatively freely, and that kind of speaks to Busta's prowess, basically. Because this is not a simple matchup for a Gragas. You do get out traded. The Aatrox will out sustain you, will outduel you. He kind of just never runs out of gas. Because Gragas really relies on. Oh,
he's running out of gas now. As there are 3 people in that top side. But you know, in a 1v1, this guy's got all the gas he needs. But in that situation, I think he might be in a bit of danger.
Yeah, you know, 1v3 doesn't really make it fair. I'm a big proponent of never come top lane. Just let me duel.
I mean, top lane does deserve a Tilia wall, if you ask me. So yeah.
I mean, that's not even enough. Just I don't know. Just make it inaccessible somehow. Not even by dashes. You just can't be there. Only top laners are allowed in top lane. So you can have a good old 1v1 all the time, forever, until your Nexus explodes because your team lost a 4v4 or something. Who really cares about their team anyway?
With that pick, it does mean that Venom Crest will be able to start with this Herald, and that does give them that objective towards the objectives. I mean, right there, they get the Herald and looks to be the first tower. So that's just a very easy, quick feats of strength pickup within a minute. All coming off that death of the Foreshore Aatrox. So you know what? Venom Crest just quickly got themselves on this map. And look at the gold. Wait, what happened to this gold? They were just 3k gold ahead, about 2k gold ahead now out of nowhere.
Plates gold, turret gold, and just getting a few kills and just having better farm. Like we see Skylark is 30 CS up on Morrow. We see Bust is 25 CS up, as you see Engage coming in from Stargazing.
They're going to try and flash away into the wall. Will not be able to escape that from all the CC luck coming through from Good Chi as they now trade back onto this dragon. It was a very, very aggressive engage from Stargazing, but perfectly done to get themselves a kill. As we'll have to see what's happening in this mid lane, as it looks like they're trying to get onto Chova, but the in-between worlds won't mean they can escape. Phrase trying to use that untargetable, but won't quite be enough, as here comes the TP from Foreshore. Actually forgetting that Alistar exists, but the tower will be enough to get that kill. Even seeing Error recall out of that one, saying, see ya later, I'm going to recall back to base and go bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, why stick around for the losing play where you can just keep the tempo up on the map, as we see Bust here, almost busting down the top turret. Foreshore is here. Bust connects the belly bop and the W, and will try and jiggle his way out, but...
Fight this one out, but I don't see him living for much longer. He's gonna jump one last time into Foreshore, flashes away from the Aatrox knockup, and we'll have the cooldowns to try and trade back, but Foreshore has so much damage, even without even a completed item. This Aatrox just has the levels at this point to be a champion and a half, so we'll have to see. I mean, this guy doesn't even have an item. Once he recalls and gets an item, I think Bust is gonna be in absolute danger.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Foreshore had support there, and Bust was low on mana, but still... Good pickup, good punish on the overextension. Bust does end up getting the tier 2 turret. That is 700 gold in his back pocket.
True.
You know, so I feel like it's a worthwhile trade. You do give over your what little shutdown was accrued on his back. As you see, like I feel like Gucci are doing everything right. Venom Crest are just Venom Crest. I feel like they got aura.
Doing everything better, right? Like that's just how it works.
I mean, it wasn't kind of just that what happened in Split 1?
Mm.
I mean, some teams went close to beating them, but it always felt like Venom Crest were just that little bit better. You see here, Skylark might just be dead.
Better. Skylark gets caught out in again. This is the second time this player has just been on their own somewhere where they don't need to be, and now they're committing to a full dive under tower, looking to take down Bus first. Will get that kill. Propaganda the next target as they get taken down, and resetting this tower so nicely does mean they get this easy picking, and that's a double kill over to this on-hit Varus. 4-1-1, and this is slowly paying off for them.
What? Huh? Huh? What just happened? You saw that, right?
Yeah, they just have more people, I think.
No, I was more talking about what Air just did. The fight was really good. I feel like there was a good target selection where Bust doesn't have that Seraphs available to him because he procced him in the top lane fight. So you can look to burst down this Gragas, who is not tanky. Like, he is tanky in a longer extended fight, but when you just permanently see him down, he's not that tanky. He's not able to get that the Drinking Buddies passive and being able to just kind of out-sustain the fight. So it doesn't really happen. Good punish from Good Cheat. They get 2 kills on Maro. Golda is evened out thanks to the double pick plus the turret going down in the mid lane. We're in an even map state right now. You do have these top and bottom tier 1 still up for the side of Venom Crest, while the Chi side lanes are kind of bust open ever since Bust took the tier 2 turret in the top lane.
Yep.
You're kind of running into this situation where as soon as you give up any leverage on the sides, the side of Venom Crest can just look to capitalize on it and make it living hell for you.
Definitely, and I think Chi needs to try and, they've got the kills. Now they just need to try and get the gold going more, because when you're looking at this Rise, his Rod of the Age is just fully stacked. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard on top of that, so I think this Rise is like a secret, very scary person. Misfortune on top of that too. 2 items completed. So Venom Crest is just not out of this game, even if they are at 3 and 10. So we need to see how good Chi play around these carries from the side of Venom Crest, so they can look for someone, as they're now setting their sights for sure, but he should be able to easily run away from that one.
Yeah, and for sure sees that the ward is getting taken down by the mad cow of Propaganda, and decides to just back off. Unsure whether there was follow-up coming with him, but there is a Rise with 2.5 items of CT, a TP coming in from Good Chi on the mid brush. Maybe they saw Venom Crest trying to pull the trigger on this. Look at
the TP from Gragas. Ooh. They're going for something. They will use the Rise ultimate to engage fully onto Maro. Maro able to flash away, but there's a bust waiting for him as the bullet time will get a lot of damage. But never mind that. As Phrase is taken down, this fight has been split over everywhere, but Bust does take down Chover in return. Maro very, very low, and we see a flash forward coming out from the Misfortune. You're getting a triple kill over to the side of Venom Crest, as Foreshore is the last member standing, desperately trying to run away, as it looks like they wanted to give over the Quadra, but instead Air will take that one, giving an ace over to Venom Crest, and the awaiting Atakan for them to gain as well.
The Realm Warp from Air was a piece of beauty. The Realm Warp, the Alistair, and then the Fury on top of the Varus. The Varus was trying to get this position behind, trying to get in a good situation where you're able to get those autos down as this on-hit Varus with 2 items. You're supposed to be powerful. And Air, just out of thin air, finds the Realm Warp position to deliver the cow and the dog on top of the Varus. I wonder if at this point we should just calling Air Old MacDonald, with all of these animals he's got.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, Chi Maro there, we saw them do everything the Flash the Ghost used to try and buy themselves. It was a good flash away over the Raptor Pit, but it wasn't enough because the roster from Venom Crest just collapsed from every side, and they're not done yet, as you can see Propaganda engaging forward onto Tweak. Dragon is on the map. Phrase does drop a bit of their health bar, but they do have this Atakan buff. Knowing they can play aggressive with that, looks like they're sending it onto Stargazing, looking for something. Propaganda will flash away. We see good healing from Foreshore, as they're not quite taken down yet, but Phrase said no. Getting that 1 kill, Chover forced to flash away, and now Chi retreating to their base with their tail between their legs. as they cannot contest this dragon, and it looks like they can't even contest the map soon.
The side of Venom Crest just using the Atakan power really well to just bully their enemy out of the choke point. They know they can take these deaths. They know that, they don't really want to give up the streak, but they can take the fight. If they want to, they can throw their life. If they want to, they can go for the aggressive play. And somehow none of them die. They get the pick onto foreshore, and then everybody else is so chunked out that there's not really a play to be made afterwards. The side of Venom Crest are just, taking everything bit by bit this game, I feel like, willing or unwilling, Chi are going down.
It'll be a bit of time before they get to these 4 dragons. They still have 2 more to take since Chi was able to take 2 themselves. So at least that timer is in the favor of good Chi if they need to wait out. But when I look at these champions, like we've already seen this on-hit Varus struggle in these team fights because they have a lot of damage. But Venom Crest has just as much damage, if not more, in that same ranged area. So it's going to be even a bigger struggle. Let's look at Air is level 16 on this Rise as well, with that extra level coming out from the Rod of the Ages. Like, this guy has every ability you could ever want right now. And it's only 25 minutes. This guy will be 18 before you know it. And at that point, this Rise is just so incredibly online. It's going to be a scary game for anyone that gets too close to him.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it earlier. The mid-range threat of the Rise is kind of just... Yeah. At what point do you have to just not be... Are you not just able to take the fight? Because going for this Hati Varus, having this Aurora, having this Aatrox, all of these mid-range damage carries, and you're fighting into an MF and into a Rise. But I don't think we can understate the amount of work that this Skylark is putting in.
Yeah,
he has performed excellently for his NLC debut. Well, NLC, yeah, sure. Can you tell I'm still a little bit tired? For his Four Nations debut, not quite NLC. Maybe in the future, we'll see. The one from one Venom Crest AD carry already made it, so maybe why couldn't the second one make it as well?
For sure, like this guy, the bot lane was the slow angle in this game, and they've managed to pick it up, right? Skylark is now having the most kills, 3 items on this Misfortune, hasn't even bothered to upgrade their boots yet, considering that they have feats completed and won. I don't even need the mini upgraded tier 2 boots, let alone the tier 3 boots, is what this person is saying right now. But yeah, if you can take this Misfortune and just get these good ultimates off, what more could you want?
I mean, it is like the Misfortune BT trick, where you have the strut permanently up because it doesn't damage your health.
Yeah,
basically, it kind of just makes it so that you can just keep roaming around, keep catching all of these ways. You see, the CS number is not quite the highest on this team because Air is kind of just vacuuming up everything that exists on the map.
Do Rise farm hack, right?
Well, we're not quite at 400 CS at 24 minutes, but quite not far. 272 CS at 27 minutes. Almost a perfect 10 CS terminal, picking up jungle camps here and there. 3 items completed on the Rise. Now, Chi, what can you do to make this game playable? As we see at the side of Venom Crest starting the Baron, they are not on vision because the control ward is suppressing all the vision on that side. And now they are on vision because they just they just destroyed the ward. As we see, Proper Panda on zoning duty, but he's going to be engaged with them.
Tweak is gonna try and get into this pit. Look at all these ping cords though, like know exactly where Good Chi is moving on this map. As Baron drops down to 4k, it looks like they don't want to go for a flip as Proper Panda has engaged forward. We're seeing Stargazing onto them as Foreshore drops very low and will get taken down by Phrase, as the next target for him will be this Aurora jumping around. Meanwhile, Marrow on the side, very, very low, desperately trying to escape out of this one at the death of their support. Bust is on the hunt. The body slam won't quite connect as Marrow will try to kite back, but this Gragas with the Seraphs is too damn tanky. And with that, it's a nice 3-for-0 pickup towards Venom Crest as they set their sights for the base.
This might just be the game. The health bar, when you have Air that's still full HP at this stage of the game, there's still the 20-second death timers on 10-second death timers on 3 of the members of Good Chi. Maro and Tweak are here. Will they be able to defend the base? They try to look for the engage.
He's gone in to try and clear the minions, but will get killed. There's only one left, as that is the ace going over to Venom Crest at the cost of whatever minions, but it does not matter. These towers very, very low and just need to be hit, as this has just surely hit the Nexus to end the game. Solar Flare onto the AD carry will look for something, as they're not exactly hitting this Nexus, but maybe they just want the kills instead, as Phrase is there with Air. The veteran players from last split are going to look to close this game out, and Venom Crest take the win, and we're going to even get a fancy finisher, as that is our ending for the games tonight. What a game. I mean, that was a fun one to end it for sure.
You know, they doubted me. They doubted me when I said Venom Crest are still the ones to beat. Air is still a bit too good. I feel like we're still in a situation where Venom Crest have relied on their top side again and again between this split and last split to just basically hold up the game until it is time for Rhythm to get online. In this game, they didn't really have to. It kind of just went linearly well for them. They had a few step backs in the mid game, you know, that mid tower dive when they lost 2 and they lost the turret and they lost the Herald.
Mhm.
But they recovered. Air was always in a position where he was able to just find the engages, find the good windows to try and look for the fight. But you know, respect to Gucci. They gave it a good showing.
Yep.
I think they looked really solid. You're doing a good job, Rob. But I'm not going to be eating any jerseys this year.
Yeah, you should be very happy that you're not eating any jerseys or pizzas, as that is it from us as casters tonight, as we're going to throw it to the desk and let them close off this Monday night show.
All right. I hope it's us.
Yes.
Hey, it is us. Let's go. Let's go. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Crazy games all around. We've learned that kills don't always get the wins at the end of the day. I mean, that is now what, the third game in a row where we saw a team come out with kills, and yet it feels like the kills just come as a byproduct of that macro game.
I mean, it felt like in the beginning that Gucci were doing pretty good at getting picks, getting control of the map, and they were winning some good team fights, but this Venom Crest's comp was able to do more in the mid game, and it was just a couple of really good fights that were able to get them back. I mean, it was super quick. One insane fight that got them Otacon. After that, it was just another quick fight in the jungle that they just made sure to use the Aurora ult as well as possible, and then just kind of cleaned up from there. I mean, that was kind of what we saw from Venom Crest in the past, was just kind of a little bit of patience in the early game, explosion in the mid game. This was way more what's the word I'm looking for? Way shakier from the side of Venom Crest than maybe anything we saw last time. So clearly some rust, maybe not some rust, but some kind of new car smell, as you call it, new car, kind of that, that squeakiness, or like that. It's not, how do you say it? And then this analogy isn't working, but we can understand the point where I'm saying that the team hasn't fully meshed together yet. They're going to need some time and aren't at the level that old Venom Crest was at.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, it's not just that Venom Crest are looking a bit shaky. Huge kudos to Gucci. I don't know what Rob's feeding these guys, but some great performances coming out from the new members for sure. Brilliant fights on that. Aatrox couldn't quite bring over the line. We said, we've already talked about Chova, right? Hitting some nasty between worlds, but yeah, just not enough in the end. Still though, commiserations and congratulations to Venom Crest, but I'm really interested to see how Gucci shakes out as the split continues.
Yeah, I think this one was a nice little starting point. I think we can all agree on when it comes to, old teams bringing in fresh talent, we always have to lower the bar, not because we think that they're going to do worse, but to always give room for improvement, to always give room for those increases in talent. And I think the baseline that we currently have, you mentioned it, both of you, we're talking about the coaching level on Venom Crest. You got to give room for these guys to be able to grow and to be able to bring themselves up to that highest level. But of course, when it comes out to this, day one is done here of week number 1. We saw some wins, saw some losses, and we saw some crazy action. And I got to ask both of you, and especially Frisky, because you weren't wrong. You actually broke the curse of possibly going 0-4 in predictions. How you feeling about that one?
That I still feel like I was wrong. I don't know. It just, after all that, it's I guess I was technically right at the end, but it didn't feel like it entirely. I mean, it was just a day of pure craziness. It's just nobody really took an advantage and ran entirely with the game. Everything was back and forth for better or for worse. I mean, that first game still I'm gonna get flashbacks of as I take my sleep. I mean, just the insanity of that, just the 80 plus kills. Seems like every game at least was able to give us a bit of a good show. Nothing too boring tonight. So hopefully that takes a good pace for the UKEL.
So what I'm hearing is most competitive split of the UKEL so far? Question mark? Smile.
I guess so. There's no clear number one.
Surely this will not sort itself out. I joke, but like we will probably see this sort of stuff sort itself out as the weeks progress. But it's always just so fun at the beginning of the season watching these guys just mash their faces against each other.
I don't think it's ever going to stop. I mean, who doesn't love a good bloodbath? Who doesn't like watching teams actively choose to bring these fights in? And I feel like that's something that the feats have also helped with a lot of the time. We get to see those early game activities. I mean, we were talking about in the green room a little bit how the influx and the idea of watching some of these champions, actively push towards the early game, actively look for those early progressions has helped a little bit. But will it continue? I have no idea, because honestly, this is the start of the season. We get to see even more. I mean, the Rod of Ages build into Riftmaker is going to slow down mid lane, obviously. Do I like that? I don't think so. But at the end of the day, we are going to have a lot of fun. Now, keep in mind, there's more UKEL 4 Nations action coming up this Thursday, just as well as the opening matches will continue there. And of course, you'll be seeing a lot of fresh faces once again here on the desk as well as in the booth. With that being said, though, I do want to give a big shout out once again to those that may be looking to join a little bit of a home in the UKEL and join in with the community. You can go ahead and join our Discord as well, which has quite a few members in there that you can learn, talk to, and also just hang out with. Now, of course, if you're looking to get a little bit more intense and get a little bit more fun in there, or maybe even show off your own skills, right now the in-house server is currently up and running. If you are interested in getting in and maybe having a bit of a difference from the regular solo queue grind, you can try and join in as long as you complete one of the following conditions. Be a current split 4 nations Div 1 or Div 2 player, including the subs on the rosters. Currently hold UK and Ireland NLTR status through participation in 4 nation splits, or are not participating in the current split but participated in the split immediately before the current run. If you do not meet any of the requirements above, you're also eligible if you are currently ranked Diamond 2 plus in solo duo. Of course, that is only for UK and Irish players. Or you are currently ranked a Master plus in solo duo if you are a non-UK and Irish player. Go ahead and check that out and join in and go ahead and show your own worth. Maybe you get to play against some of these players here and get to try and play in against a Kiana who apparently won 1-5 and somehow still won the game. But we don't talk about that one. Thank you so much for tuning in to the 4 Nations UKEL. We love being here. My name is Ordo. With me as the Frisky and Casual. And of course, everyone else on the production side, we thank you so much for tuning in to day one. We'll see you all on Thursday.